Bueno, buenos días para todos. Morning, everyone. Muchas gracias por estar aquí. Voy a decir esto en español brevemente. Estamos teniendo un poco de congestión al ingreso del auditorio, pero pues ya vamos a dar inicio por tiempos. Entonces, ya en un minutico comenzamos. Muchas gracias por haber asistido, por estar aquí hoy presente. Y pues vamos a dar inicio entonces a nuestro segundo coloquio de investigación en enseñanza de lenguas. Gracias. Tienes que presentar acá, ¿cierto? La presentación general. ¿Es esto? ¿Estamos transmitiendo lo mismo? ¿Sí? Sí. Listo.
Good morning, everyone. Today, we welcome everyone to our second research colloquium in teaching languages 2022, entitled Methodological Approaches, Needs, Challenges, and Strategies to Strengthen the Teaching and Learning Languages at SENA. Here at Servicio Nacional de Aprendizaje, hosted by Centro de Gestión de Mercados, Logística y Tecnologías de la Información. We'd like to extend a special welcome to our keynote speaker, Mr. Philip Hines from Oxford University Press, and speakers from different branches at SENA, as well as the researchers in teaching languages and instructors attending this colloquium, here in the auditorium and in the YouTube broadcasting. Also, we want to thank our sponsors, Oxford University Press, EBSCO, Slang, Express Publishing, Book Services, CLE International, and Escuela Nacional de Instructores, Rodolfo Martínez Tol. We want you to sit back, relax, enjoy, and learn from the research lectures. As a start of our opening ceremony, we will sing the national anthem of Colombia, followed by the anthem of Servicio Nacional de Aprendizaje, SENA. Well, I'm pleased to invite Diana Galán Vega, Bilingualism Leader at Centro de Gestión de Mercados, Logística y Tecnologías de la Información, to deliver the officiating speech.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Right, for those who don't know me, my name is Diana Galán Vega. I'm the professional of bilingualism here at this center. So let me welcome you to this place, to Bogota, for those who come from other places, and in general, for all teachers. Thank you for being here today. It's really a pleasure to have you here because I'm going to tell you a little bit about our experience with this event, all right? This is what I really want to tell you right now, to talk about how it all started and why we are here right now, okay? So it's just the experience with this event. Well, first, I need to tell you that it all started in 2020. Remember that year? Yeah. That funny year, which is pandemic year. We didn't know about what was going to happen when we had this idea. This started at my office with a colleague, a special colleague. Now he's a friend of mine. So I'm going to start this intervention thanking this person because it was possible because of him, thanks to him. So first of all, I want to start my short intervention thanking people who supported this event since the very, very beginning. We were two when it all started at my office. It happened that I had in mind to show to different colleagues at SENA what we were doing in our center. We had a project, we had a program called English for Work. Probably you have heard about it because that was an excellent program. It's still running, or we still have the program at SENA. And my idea, my intention was to show everyone what we were doing in our center. We were impacting students that you cannot even imagine how important it was for them, because they started having the opportunity to get a good job, not a job, a good job. Why? Because of English, because they were learning English. So it all started in 2012, and the program was alive because right now we don't have the program in our center, but it's still other centers around the country. So we had students from basic levels, from A2 levels. Some of them were A1, but they have some notions of the language. So it was really good because we have so many students being part of this program, and they just wanted to learn the language and to have the opportunity to get a good job. The program just took 9 months for them to get a B2 level. Can you imagine that? That was so good for them and so challenging for us. So it was a program I want to highlight because I really love it. Then I was telling I need to go to the moment it started. So then I told my colleague, which his name is Luis Miguel Martinez, and he said, why don't we show that you do or the center do to everyone? And then I said, but how? And then we have our colloquium, research colloquium in teaching languages. That's how it all started. So let me continue. To sum up what we had with English for Work, the things that we nailed. So it was a total hit. But as good things can start, they can also have an end. So I was telling you about my colleague, Luis Miguel Martinez. Let me show you a picture of him. We were the initial team of this colloquium. So Luis Miguel, as you can see, he's in the middle, the good-looking one. So he was at that moment a virtual English instructor at this center, who used to and still does attend several congresses, seminars, and any academic events. He's a real fan of it. What we did first was to search about similar events here at SENA, but we didn't find any, so it was our opportunity to do something different or to do something new. Then we just said, let's try it on. The worst might be a big no from SENA's principals. That was the worst. And guess what? Of course, we don't have money. That's a problem. And it costs. So we just didn't care about that, and we just started our idea, and that's how it all started. We were just two people trying to convince colleagues, because first I started with Miguel, but at the beginning we was just two people trying to convince other colleagues from SENA to come here or to share their experiences, their academic experiences, with the rest of the SENA's community. That was our first idea, our intention. So finally, in the process, we got support from instructor Fidel Gutierrez, the one that you can see there, who was an important help in the success of the event. Thank you, Fidel. So I was telling you, it was 2020, the pandemic year. We were forced to reshape our teaching strategies, our teaching methodologies, and as well as our own lives. So it was really hard. We didn't know, or we didn't expect to have our first colloquium as a virtual event. It wasn't our idea, but it happened. So we thought our event wouldn't have the expected impact because of the extreme transitions we had to go through. And to be honest, we thought it was going to fail at some point. But miracles happened, and we ended up having a total of 13 presentations and at least 300 people connected at the same time. So it was a total hit for us, since it was our first colloquium. Fidel, there's the agenda. Could you please upload it? It's in the same folder. It's okay. I'm going to show you the agenda on the names of the people who were with our first event. It says agenda, I guess. Just that you can see a little bit about the topics that we had in our first colloquium and the people who were the presenters. Did you find it? No, it's in the same folder. No, you have to change to upload the agenda. Well, in the meanwhile, Fidel, please show the presentation. Let me do it so I can do it better. This was, I don't know if some of you remember, this was our ad paper for our first colloquium. It was held in November 19th, 2020, and it was a virtual event. That's the ad paper for our first colloquium. Welcome. Did you find it? No? It's okay. I found it. Oh, you're right. It's not there. Sorry. It's because it's an image. Yeah. All right. All right. To continue, let me tell you a little bit about how was our experience in a virtual event, our first virtual event. So as I told you, we had 13 presentations. We divided the virtual event into 2 rooms. So we shared the agenda to the audience, and they could choose the one of their just call their interest according to the name of the topics, right? So that's what we had. These are some of the pictures from the rooms that we had. We used Google Meet. That was our technological tool at that moment. And it was very good. But the bad thing was that we couldn't have the opportunity to have more audience because of the limitations it has. So that was one of the bad things, but it wasn't a big thing at the end. All right. The topics of our first colloquium were thought based on SENA's bilingual program goals, right? And they were ESP, English for specific purposes, didactic materials in teaching English, innovative pedagogical practices, technology and management of ICTs in Spanish, and internationalization. Those were our topics for our first colloquium. All right. Now, the results of our colloquium, well, personally, I have to say that I'm very proud of what we did because, as I told you, it was a hit. We had this survey. Can you please upload the survey? We just had this survey, and people were very happy with the thing, with the event, and that was just the most important for us. So the results, we have some papers. Unfortunately, we couldn't publish the papers because of logistic thing. But we are trying, and we'll see if we can publish the papers we have in our first colloquium, all right? All right, I think that we don't have time. It's okay, Fidel, if we just continue, all right? Now, today I can proudly say that we made it, and we made it good. This is why we are all here reunited again in our second research colloquium in teaching languages. We wanted to come back, but this time we wanted to see all of you sit at this beautiful auditorium face to face and realize how great this has become so far. This is huge for us, for the whole team, the whole colloquium team, as you can imagine. Now, this is the moment I thank the teamwork I am with in this second version of our colloquium. Instructors Carolina, Janif, and Fidel for their support, enthusiasm, and hard work given in the whole process, during the whole process. This time, we had the opportunity, the incredible opportunity, to have many more hands working with us. A big thank you to the National Bilingual Team, especially Omar and Laura. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your push-ups in order to carry this event out. Thank you. This is also great because of you. Before giving the floor to Omar, because he's going to tell us a little bit about the National Bilingual Program, I want to finish this speech by saying thank you for believing in this. Thank you for dedicating part of your time to listen to others' work and teaching experiences. Thank you because having you here today give us the strength we need to keep going. Thank you, everyone, and I hope you enjoyed it till the last. Thank you. Omar.
Have to get up here. Do you hear me well? Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to meet you all. It's great to see you. Great to be here with my colleagues Laura and Ingrid. Now you can hear me there? No. Thank you. I'm going to share a few thoughts that I had last night. It's not going to be very long, these comments that I have. I just want to share with you the two thoughts or feelings that I had last night, because I think it's very important to share this moment with you all, with all of you guys. Thank you to Diana, to the Deputy Director Garcia, because we can have this event here. I have a few words here. Thank you, Diana, for letting us contribute to the work. Of course, it is great to be here. When we heard about the second colloquium with the director's team, we were very interested in its realization because of what it represents for the language training, the language teaching knowledge network. And of course, for our teachers at SENA. I would like to take this opportunity to say that we are not here by coincidence. On the contrary, I think we are united by several reasons and purposes. Because surely many of us are here for our professional and academic development, that's for sure, to support our families, or simply for the pleasure of teaching and working. But I would like to emphasize, of course, the purpose we have as a program, which I fully share with my colleagues Laura, Ingrid, and Natalia, and who have inspired me in the last year and a half to continue working for the community of apprentices we serve. We have to remember that we're here for them. And it is necessary to remember that we are not only at SENA to achieve our best professional skills and results, of course, but to help others to become better people and better technicians who enjoy their work and in turn contribute to building better communities. This is the inspiration that we share with our colleagues, with Laura, Ingrid. And I want to share that with you today, hoping that it will serve as an encouragement to continue with awareness, the awareness of what we're doing every day, to be aware of what we do, what we say, where we are, the knowledge that is always by our side, and the enjoyment of what we do every day. This event is without a doubt and is an area that helps us to meet, to get to know each other. Of course, that is a great opportunity. And we realize that we are not alone. And sometimes we need to see each other to regain the courage to continue. And to remember that we are a learning community. We make mistakes and we learn from them every day in permanent transformation, because nothing is static anymore. And of course, we are not the exception. To close this little speech, Diana, I'm not going to last too much. I would like to say that one of the keys to my happiness, and my colleagues know that, is the gratitude that I do every day. Therefore, today I'd like to thank you for this event, for the opportunity to meet all of you. That is such a great opportunity, and the possibility that we have every day to learn something new, like in this event. So thank you very much, and enjoy this event, please.
Okay, so when we put research into practice as instructors, it ensures that our organization can accept, activate, innovate, and adapt to new studies and opportunities. That's why we are honored to introduce our first speakers, Diego Emir Portilla and Paula Andrea Castaño, with their lecture, Let's Talk About a Learning Strategy at CSCLI. This is a virtual lecture, so it is going to be presented here in the auditorium and broadcasted live on YouTube. Diego is a professional in international trades and marketing with a bachelor's degree in English teaching. Just hold on 1 second. They're fixing. Meanwhile, I'm talking about the presenters. Diego is a professional in international trades and marketing with a bachelor's degree in English teaching, high management specialist, English teaching specialist, magister in digital technologies applied to education, and he has 11 years as a SENA instructor, as well as a university professor, researcher, and speaker. Paula, on the other hand, has a degree in modern languages, 10 years of experience as an English teacher in different public and private institutions, and 4 years as a virtual bilingual instructor here at SENA.
Good morning.
No, pero no, toca que ver, toca que ver. ¿Qué más?
Good morning, everyone.
¿Cómo ha estado? ¿Ah? Tira. Tira. A ver.
Begin.
Buenos días. Sí, claro, sí, claro.
Go ahead, Paula.
Okay.
Start.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone.
Regálame un platico.
Okay.
You see the presentation, Paula?
No, you have the presentation? You present? Diego, please. Ready. Good morning, everybody. Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you very much for this great invitation to the second research colloquium in teaching language. The practice we are doing is called Let's Talk About the Microlearning Strategies at Centro Surcolombiano de Logística Internacional, located in Ipiales, Nariño, which was done by my partner Diego Emir Portilla and me, Paula Andrea Castaño. I am a virtual bilingual instructor, and with my partner, we saw the need to develop a pedagogical strategy where the learners could learn in more didactic, simple, and fast way to improve the English language. We did some research and came across microlearning. Next, please. Thank you. Okay, first of all what is microlearning? Microlearning, as the name implies, is learning at a course in a small chunks and in a short span of time. This student-centered learning strategy can be implemented as formal structured teaching programs or informal self-directed learning programs. Example, microlearning apps or mobile apps, micro challenge and games, micro videos, short, focused videos that are designed to meet a specific learning outcome. Next, please. Okay, microlearning can be as more flexibility if desired. People use it to refer to several different ways of learning. All, however, share a few common characteristics to a greater or lesser extent. Microlearning is performed in short time bursts. It requires little effort, individual sessions, and involves simple and or narrow topics. Next, please. Okay, some real-world microlearning examples to help you understand its practice. Examples, watching small instructional videos on YouTube, flashcard learning. It involves applications that present the learner with small cards with limited content, such as new foreign language words, like vocabulary, parts of the body, chemical elements, countries, etc., and in memorize them. Solving mini training quizzes, receive small nuggets of information through emails like SMS, IM, etc. Next, please. Microlearning is not just about consuming content. Examples of microlearning being practiced by having the learners produce their own content. Learning to write in a new language, or learning creative writing by having to compose a small sentence. Learning how to drive by being given a them that you have. Next, please. Okay, what is the benefits? What is the main benefit of microlearning? Microlearning improves knowledge retention, and the most effective modules would present the content in a variety of ways and repeat the key messages as the content is consumed. Therefore, learners are easily able to understand what they are learning and what is being asking of them. For example, microlearning reduces cognitive overload of the teacher and learner. Microlearning is trackable. Microlearning occurs where we already spend our time, and microlearning is cost effective. Next, please. Okay, microlearning device in different ways. Target, cost effective, engaging, just in time, retention boosting. Yes? Okay, the first, target. Microcopy, short, target, highlight, contextual messages, or hits to help users learn. In cost effective, according to RPS research, microlearning improves focus and supports long-term retention by up 80%. According to software advice, microlearning also improves engagement by 15%. Facts and well always, paint a picture and we improvise and will better outcomes. Engaging. For 2022, microlearning modules keep the learning short, to the point, and engaging for the learner. They present information in a small bits, thereby helping the learners and retain the knowledge better. Mobile friendly. Microlearning apps are training tools that help make information easier to digest and more engaging by delivering lessons in by seasons from. For example, the most popular app to learn another language, like French, English, Italian, and others is Duolingo. There are another app. Okay, continue. Retention boosting. The staggered approach to microlearning helps reinforcing lesson recollection by breaking up content. Training materials are shorter, paced and not overwhelmed with new facts, making the information easier to understand and absorb. Just in time. Microlearning is an approach to learning new information in a small chunks at a time. Typical microlearning sessions are under 10 minutes, no more, and can take as little as 1 minute to complete. Next, please. Disadvantage. In a nutshell, microlearning provides employees with a small amount of information that centers on a specific task or concept. First, it's not suitable for complex problems or skill development. 2, sometimes materials become fragmented. Third, creating great content takes time and effort. 4, course replacement. 5, course argumentation. 6, retrieval supports. 7, just-in-time moment of need learning. And 7, behavioral prompts. Next, please.
Okay. Part of the presentation. If you can tell me if you can hear me well, please.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the methodology of this practice. We divided in 2 phases. Phase 1, which was carried out online. Phase 2, it was carried out on site. In the online part, we started with amount of 12 sessions, more or less, each session every week during like 3 months. I think it was like 3 months, in which we had short lessons, as my partner was explaining, short lessons using YouTube, for example, and using different platforms like Teams. We also we made our own slides in PowerPoint, and the use of different websites. You know, the websites that we usually use to practice grammar, to practice vocabulary, to do listening, reading, etc. And in the phase 2, we did it on site in the training center. In this phase, we use authentic materials and instructional materials. The instructional materials was a very fun part because we got the opportunity to build our own pros. You know, we had like the construction of our roulette. We bought like we make a ball. We use ropes, things like that, to introduce topics and to practice the topics that we were explaining in the lesson. Some of the comments that the people did, I show you here. I have to clarify. I have to clarify that the online presentation, we use it with instructors and employees, and the second part, the on-site phase, we did it with apprentices. And they show great comments. The feedback was very good. They said that the session was very productive, and they said that the session was meaningful, and they learned a lot because the amount of material that we introduced in the class was very short, you know. And they said that it was very didactic. They motivate learning, and it was very useful because they got the opportunity to practice and remember what they are doing in the classes. One of the websites we use, and we built our own material, was, for example, quizzes, you know, quizzes, Quizlet, in which we present the class, we present the topic, we practice a little, and then we made, for example, a quiz about the class so we can reinforce vocabulary, we can reinforce grammar, and some of them included listening and a lot of speaking, which was kind of like the goal. You know that apprentices and people, when they are learning, they always complain that they don't have like the space or the scenario where they can practice what they are learning. So that was the idea, to have a short scenario, a short practice time where they can show what they are learning, and we can do it in a very fun, easy way. And slides, we use slides presentation. We made our own slides using PowerPoint and using other different platforms. And the good thing is that we can recycle this and we can use them in the future for other purposes. And the thing is that these presentations were very short, and they included only one topic. We didn't talk about, like, for example, we didn't talk about like present simple for a long period of time, or many things about present simple, like saying different sentence, affirmative, negative, interrogative. No, we talk about, for example, saying hello, greetings and introductions, emotions, feelings and emotions. We talk about, for example, likes and dislikes. A very short piece of information, which is presented in a nice way, and it was easy to remember for apprentices and for the people who participated in the strategy. Of course, not everything is fine. We had some limitations. In the online phase, we had some limitations. For example, the internet connection. Some people said that they were not able to communicate with us. They didn't have the microphone. They didn't have camera. They couldn't participate. They have a slow connection. Things like that makes the strategy online difficult. Also, the time, it is not easy to find the right time to have these kind of ideas, because if it is in the morning, you are studying. If it is in the afternoon, you're working. At night, you're resting, so you don't want to do anything. Also, the lack of motivation. Not many people want to participate. Although we have a very good amount of people participating in the strategy, instructors, apprentices, which was productive in a very good way. Fear, that not everyone is able to speak in a real immersion space. They think that the other people are going to laugh. They feel that they are going to say something incorrect, and we are going to focus on that. We didn't focus on like error correction. We focus on what they can produce, what they can say. The preparation, of course, we need to prepare the slides, the presentation, the material, using the websites, using the different platforms. So it's time consuming sometimes, but the good thing is that we can recycle this in the future. In the on-site phase, which was carried out in the training center with apprentices, we went to the learning environments. We use some like 10 to 15 minutes time of the teacher. And some difficulties for this was the time to prepare the materials, because we have instructional materials and they need to, we need to build, we need to construct, we need to do different things, and it consumes time. We are not the best people for arts and crafts, so it can be a little difficult sometimes. Other thing was that these kind of activities, when we did it with the apprentices, they were fun, they were engaging, they liked it. So sometimes we feel that when we went to the class to do the activity, because it was fun, was interesting, creative, So maybe the other teacher was feeling like, oh, my class is boring. So we have to work with that, you know, because we need to conciliate those two factors. Cost, because we need to do instructional materials, so sometimes they may cost a little. And also to choose when is the right moment to do the activity. For example, it's at the beginning of the class, in the middle of the class, or at the end of the class, so we don't interrupt the teacher who is, or the instructor who is doing the learning session. Here are some of the like evidences. In the first picture, I am in one of the learning environments, and we did a class, and we use the computers. We presented some information in slides, things like that. And in the second picture, as you can see, we were in the basketball court. We were using, in that part, we were using instructional materials. We made some flashcards, and they were passing around, things like that, on the specific topic that we were discussing that day. In conclusion, you know, the attention span, which is the amount of time that people spend concentrating on one task before you become distracted. Attention span is very short sometimes. You start focusing on the lesson, and 5 to 10 minutes later, you are completely distracted. So that's why this kind of practice is meaningful, because it focuses on 10 to 15 minutes lessons. And then you just get the people focused, concentrated, and they do the activity in the right way, and they can start practicing this information whenever they have the opportunity to meet teachers or to talk with other apprentices, things like that. And to sum up, micro learning transform extensive information into short and easy and meaningful and fun, and to assimilate content. You know, is the best way to assimilate a lot of content into small chunks of information. So that was our strategy that we did with the instructor. And it is great, because this is the second time we present in this colloquium. The first time was in 2020 when we had the pandemic. So I thank the organizers for this opportunity for us to show how we are doing, and I'm sure that we are going to enjoy and learn from the other presentations. So thank you very much. So here ends my presentation, our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I don't know if you have comments, questions, something to say about this.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Okay, this topic is really interesting, so that's a good question. We have some people who are ready to support, some others we can read later on this topic. Thank you.
Hello, well, it's not a question. I just want to see if you have like the materials that you created, if you can share with us like some pictures. Yes, basically on the material used, the on-site and online, in case that you have it handy.
I don't know if Diego and Paula are listening to the questions.
We couldn't hear right, so if you could rephrase
Nothing.
Okay, I guess the first one was like if there were any other materials. Sorry, again, the mic. Other materials. Okay, I couldn't. Like if you have references from the
When
done. Diego.
Yeah, we apologize. We didn't include the reference in the presentation, and we are going to send the presentation so you can have it. We have references like J.C. Richards, Jeremy Armer. We talk about gamification. We talk about instructional material construction, things like that. We apologize we didn't put it in the presentation, so I think it was very important to do it. We are going to send the presentation with the references because we have somehow a document that we are building. So we apologize we don't have the references at the moment.
Okay, someone else? Can you just... Okay, the pictures of the materials you used in your research.
I don't have pictures. We have a roulette. We have a roulette that I don't have it because an instructor is using the roulette. But I'm going to show you a tricky. Just give me 1 second. We have this kind of like a tricky. You know? I don't know. Tic-tac-toe. What is this? We use it and they have fun. We use it for like numbers with the alphabet, and also we use flashcards. We are building. The apprentices are helping us to build their own flashcards, and I don't have it here because they are using it at the moment. And the roulette is in a municipality nearby. They enjoy it, so they are using it in another place. The material we did in the online phase includes quizzes, includes slides on PowerPoint. But we are more than welcome to share with you like how we did the game with the roulette and things like that, and with the flashcards, which was great because the kids and the apprentices enjoy a lot with playing with the flashcards.
Okay, there is another question here, but I guess he just listened to me. So you need to just let me know. No more questions? Okay, so let's please welcome to our next presenter. She's
Thank you.
Linda Quiseno. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so Linda has a degree in Spanish and foreign languages, a master's degree in TEFL, and a specialization degree in educational management. She has 11 years of teaching experience at different education levels, involving playful and theatrical resources in the development of communicative skills in foreign languages. Linda has been a SENA instructor since 2017. Please welcome Linda.
Very short. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, a little bit more stronger. Can you hear me there? Yeah, thank you very much. Okay. So, yes. Louder. Okay, good. And closer, like this. I'm not very used to it, so. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. It's a pleasure for me to be here because actually the presentation I'm about to do is the paper that I presented to have my master's degree this year. So I'm very, very glad to share this with you today. So should I pass the slides or they do it? Okay, thank you. So I will start by saying that this is a proposal Okay. No, yes, it's because I'm not sure this is a correct presentation. Okay, this is much better. Thank you. Okay, so this is a proposal for using motivational strategies to enhance speaking skills in adult students at SENA. And this is a didactical proposal which contains a guideline to design speaking activities based on motivational strategies to make learning experiences more comfortable in the classroom. That way, students will be more eager to enhance their oral abilities, which are considered as the least explored in the foreign language classroom. However, it is important to remark this is also a proposal to create classrooms as safe places where students can feel more comfortable and thus more motivated to learn English. So to start the design of the activities, we as teachers must consider that making the classroom a place where students want to be and putting effort in doing tasks for their own sake is the biggest challenge language teachers have. Next one, please. Thank you. So, yes. Sorry, I got lost. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit nervous here. Yes, okay. So for this reason, raising students' motivation plays a fundamental role in teaching because it assures learning is more dynamic, powerful, effective, and lasting. Regardless, technical and technological programs at SENA, programs at SENA have English language as a mandatory subject to cover. Boosting the speaking skills in class turns into a paradox because the students normally measure their English proficiency through their oral fluency, but at the same time is the skill they explore the least, actually, and I think we all agree with that. So to understand a little bit about the background or the background of this presentation, of this paper that I wrote, it is important to show you the conceptual frame, the concept framework in which I was based to design the set of activities of the proposal. Can you show next one, please? Thank you. Oh my God, I should do like a little bit bigger. Okay. So in the first place, I must mention the most relevant word for this proposal, which is motivational strategies in the language classroom. I'm not sure about how to pronounce this name because this guy is European, so I'm gonna say Zolan Turkey. Yes, I'm sorry, my Dutch is not good. So, who has focused on the strong correlation between the teacher's motivation and practice and students' motivation and behavior. It seems that there is a direct link between what the teacher does and feels and the response of the students at performing given tasks in class. Although it seems an obvious conclusion, this research shows the most appropriate way to implement some of the micro strategies in the language classroom to enhance motivation. So at this point, you might be thinking how we should understand such concept as motivation. As the interest of different scholars arises in literature and literature becomes wealthy, the definition and perspectives are controversial in its understanding. Nevertheless, motivation can be firstly defined from the motivational psychology perspective as a hypothetical concept that pretends to define or understand why people decide to carry out an action or behave in a certain manner. Taking into account or taking into how different aspects such as conscious attitudes, beliefs, thoughts, and even the interpretation of events influence students' behavior. So this is to say that we are the motivators in our classroom. So practically like students copy what we do. The relevance of the studies on motivation in foreign language learning sets on the difference between learning the mother tongue and a foreign language, since motivated or not, infants learn their mother tongues, but later in their lives, motivation will lead the learning of a different language, which will include the effort and the possible success or failure. Because of its relevance, it is in teaching process, the concept of motivation clearly influences the design of learning outcomes in foreign language learning. Students' commitment, enthusiasm, and perseverance are fundamental determinants of success and failure. So when students achieve knowledge in foreign language, it's because there is a sense of motivation. That means that even students considered brilliant but with no motivation, will have more opportunities of failing than the ones with less aptitudes but greater willing and consistent work. And that is fundamental, our role as teachers. So following Journey's idea and based on the motivation strategies framework, I'm gonna try to explain what motivational strategies are. Thanks. I think it's the third one, yes. So motivational strategies refer to those motivational influences that are consciously exerted to achieve some systematic and enduring positive effect. This proposal is based on the idea of creating appropriate conditions to enhance the students' speaking abilities by considering 4 main phases or stages. These stages or these 4 phases are related to the teaching process, not the teaching learning. So that is fundamental to understand here. Can I have the next slide, please? Hi, can I have the next one, please? Thank you. Okay, so the first phase, the first teaching phase is creating the basic motivational conditions. In Journey's research, it's been concluded that the teacher's behavior was the tool considered the most important among participants of different research, but at the same time, the most underutilized motivational resource. And this is something he concluded in an upgrade of his work in 2020. So the factors included here are enthusiasm, commitment with students' learning, relationship with students and parents. So it's basically to be nice to students and to be, empathic and to have a nice mood in the classroom. The strategies I work here in this phase were appropriate teachers' behavior and pleasant and supported atmosphere in the classroom. The next stage is related to the expectancies, values, and make learners goal-orientedness growth, which is called generated initial motivation. Students' values related to the foreign language belong to the enjoyment of the language learning, or the instrumental values that includes all the possible options of improving work conditions in terms of earning more money, getting a promotion, or embracing different job possibilities. The strategies that work in this phase were increasing the learner's expectancy of success and making the teaching materials relevant. And the third phase, which is maintaining and protecting motivation, it is really important to remark that once the group or the groups we have of students has achieved to feel motivated, once we have them there from the first stage, it's important to keep it active and protect that condition from being lost during the course. So we need to keep them motivated all the time. So the materials, methodology, and assessment are crucial for this stage of motivation. The organization of the groups, linguistic focus, thank you very much. Linguistic focus of the activities, the variety of the tasks and materials used in class will help to avoid monotony and thus make classes more engaging. The strategies that I worked in this phase were protecting the learner's self-image and increasing their self-confidence and promoting cooperation among learners. The final phase, the final teaching phase, is called encouraging positive retrospective self-evaluation. So in this phase, it is important to mention that accurate feedback is highly relevant. But probably it is an underestimated aspect and without too much time to do in teachers' lessons plans. So we as teachers should assure success through strategies, such as diversifying classroom activities so that motivation, engagement, and learning styles are considered. And learners can have different opportunities to success because certainly classroom activities should be designed to reduce language anxiety and not the opposite. Keep that in mind, teachers. So students do not feel embarrassed or scared to participate in practice, even in speaking activities. So here I'm going to explain briefly how I understood or how I worked speaking skills construct in my paper. So I have to say, many practitioners think speaking activities should not be prioritized in the language classroom, and I think we all agree with that too. Due to the idea they do not enhance learning, which is a little bit weird, they consider like that. Or because the teacher uses a course book where the design of the activities places speaking as a result of a series other activities, other kind of practice. Consequently, it is normally considered that speaking tasks are the result of a linear process of other kind of tasks, which put speaking skills apart from the learning process. Teachers and students struggle with the fact that speaking should be part of the daily classroom ambience because communicating in English makes part of the process of learning the language. But few times is dedicated in the curriculum and thus in the classroom activities is insufficient. However, more time for speaking does not mean to do more speaking tasks, but more opportunities to interact in the classroom and give appropriate feedback, okay? All this because foreign language class is the only where students probably cannot even make one phrase without the risk of saying something wrong. And actually, teachers, we also risk of that. I don't know what I did. Is it me? What was? I don't know. Please. No, I'm not. Please don't get sleep.
It's okay.
I'm about to finish. Thank you. Okay, I don't know. I think I clicked on something there. Okay, I'm gonna repeat that idea so you keep it in mind. It is important that to consider that speaking abilities and to give this opportunity and to implement this kind of strategies to enhance speaking abilities or the oral skills is not just doing more conversation or doing more tasks, but give more opportunities in the classroom to interact among students and with the teachers too. So this ambience, the ambience of speaking in the class, is an anxiety provoker. And all of these, like the tension students have because they have very limited vocabulary. So this ambience is an anxiety provoker because the students are expected by both teachers and peers to communicate with very limited language code. This is one of the common factors students show regret if feedback is not appropriate. There we should pay attention, like close attention there, like how do we do that feedback? So can I have the next slide, please? In terms of the interventional proposal, which is the basis of my work, I wrote this general objective, which is to bring on motivation through a series of activities so students feel more comfortable to enhance their speaking skills. That was like the main idea of the work. Okay, thank you, sorry. To do so, I designed 4 specific objectives. The first one is to create a class routine to assure group cohesiveness. And yes, that word, I was struggling with that word. And basic motivational conditions in the classroom. To provide students relevant materials to initiate motivation. To provide students immersive activities so they can visualize themselves speaking in English real context. And finally, to provide students with strategies for positive retrospective and self-evaluation. So the methodology of the proposal was based and designed to be learner-centered with a communicative approach. However, because of the constraints of the proposal, I only designed 8 sessions, which are the sessions that are part of this proposal of this paper. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So in this chart, you can show how I organized the sessions. In the first column, you have the number of the sessions, that is total 8. Then you got the teaching phase, I just mentioned here. Then you got the strategy to apply these strategies belongs to the motivational strategies, okay? And finally, what is the name of the activity or the activity that I proposed here? So to finish my presentation, I want to draw some conclusions from the proposal and these conclusions are part like the process when I was writing the paper, because this strategy or this proposal hasn't been implemented yet. So I want to make that clear. So the first conclusion, can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So the first conclusion to close this presentation is that this proposal highlights the importance of considering motivational strategies when designing activities for the language classroom. Also, that classroom activities should encourage students to visualize themselves using English language in different contexts and expanding their possibilities in terms of job and personal goals. Because it is important here to mention and they to know that English is not a subject, but is a way to communicate, it's a way to understand and live the world. Also, that the criteria to select the motivational strategies were related to the possibilities to promote interaction in the target language among the students and the teacher. Because I think I didn't mention it, but Journey proposed more than 100 micro-strategies. So that's a lot. So actually teachers have to do if you want, or if we want to implement this, is to know what are the outcomes, like learning outcomes, what do we want from them, and decide which of the strategies are more appropriate to do so. And finally, it is a must to say that if teachers want to generate intrinsic motivations, teachers also must assure conditions to generate extrinsic motivation. And that's it. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions or comments about my presentation? Yes.
Hello.
Hi.
Are you considering the learning environment itself and the school climate in this that we are about to apply?
Yeah, actually, that is the proposal about. When I say that the strategies enhance or help students not only to be comfortable, like what they know, it's also to call or make a call to teachers to create classrooms as safe places. And that means that students can make mistakes, yeah, like we do in life. Not judgment, but an appropriate and positive feedback. So yes, actually that is the proposal about, like, the micro-strategies help to build those classroom as safe places to learn. Like focusing on the speaking abilities, because it's like too much to cover.
Hello.
Hi.
Well, I find very interesting the research. My congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I think of the 4 phases, the stages that you're suggesting are definitely very interesting and give us like a clear path to follow in our classes, which is nice. But I would like you to maybe, I don't know, like go deeper in the first stage. In part in which you say that a pleasant and supportive atmosphere in the classroom, because I think that is like very interesting. But honestly, something that I find really difficult, or that I have seen that is a difficulty when teaching, is creating that atmosphere. So I don't know if maybe we can have the access, like, to the whole paper, to see like what's the way in which we create such atmosphere.
Okay, well, I hope SENA publish my paper so you can have access to it. Well, actually, when I was doing this research and when I was reading a journey paper and work, I was like, okay, this seems pretty obvious, because this is something that I do with my students when I meet them the first time, like in the first class, is like making jokes. And one of the micro-strategy is making jokes in the first class. And I was like, okay, that is a micro-strategy. There is a theory about that. And it's something that probably we teachers do it naturally. Like, try not to create that anxiety students have, because they come from a lot of traumas from the school. So we need to like reconcile them with English. So one of the micro-strategies, and what Darla, my goodness, I keep so long, Journey, thank you very much, says is that we need to create like a first class, like relaxing, like try to meet each other, make jokes, try to convince them to be, like they are in a very safe place to learn. So I hope, yes, that you can read that text, the complete paper, because there I explain in the strategies, I explain the phases, and also I explain how that is in the classes, how that is related to the activities I propose, because actually it's a proposal. So you got the activities there designed. Thank you. Did I respond to your question? Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Linda, for that speech and that presentation. All right, guys, due to our opening issues we had at the beginning, we are going to have our break right now, okay? In case that you have any other question from Linda's presentation, just let us know, all right? So we're gonna take them into account in order to, so she can read the question. All right, but before you leave, let me say something. Tenemos unos snacks pequeñitos allá afuera. De verdad son mini snacks, pero esperamos los disfruten muchísimo. Tenemos un break de 10-15 minuticos, esperamos nos entiendan, estamos un poco atrasados en el tiempo con respecto a las ponencias. Entonces, en ese momento tengo que son las 10:05, nos vemos aquí tipo 10:15, 10:20 a más tardar. Thank you so much.
I gotta repeat the microphone. Okay, again. I would like to invite Mr. Philip Hines from Oxford University Press to give the keynote speech about methodological approaches, needs, challenges, and strategies to strengthen the teaching and learning process. Philip is from the UK, but has lived over half his life in Mexico, where he works as a global professional development consultant for Oxford University Press. He is a teacher training working mostly in Latin America with extensive experience in both face-to-face and online training. Philip is also a material writer and has written ELT books published for young learners, teens, and adults.
Something happened there. You want to change? Right here.
Okay. Excellent. Okay. Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Yes? Yes. I'm a little bit taller than Diana, so I think I might adjust it. Well, we shall see.
I'm not sure if that's okay. No,
Maybe I can hold it.
I'm sorry. It's kind of heavy. So. What about the camera? Is that okay?
I think so.
Yeah.
Can you hear me okay? Okay. Well, good morning. It's fantastic to be here. I realize that I've got slightly more material than I thought I had. That's probably better, isn't it? Yes. See. I think we're okay. So welcome to the session. Okay, I'm going to start. I don't have too much time to look at what I want to look at. So the topic is a potentially very big topic. And what I want to do is I want to break it down slightly into looking at three different areas, which are needs, challenges, and the concept of strategies. Still trying to work out how to use this. I think we're okay. So in this session, I've got four things I want to do. Thinking about students, thinking about the concept of techniques and strategies, looking at the idea of learner agency, and a section at the end, well, it says conclusions, questions, but there's going to be a little space for questions at the end, if there are questions. So, oops. So, thinking about our students. I've got some questions I'd like you to think about. You can think about it on your own. We don't really have a chance to do it as a workshop. Oh, clicking in the wrong place. Here we go. Yeah, your students. I'm not going to be eliciting from you. I'm not going to be asking you to call out things, but I'd like you to think. Why are your students studying English? I think you'd agree there are a number of different reasons why people study English. Well, just tell me yes or no. Do some students study to get a grade? Isn't that depressing? But it's the reality of many particular students. I'm going to stand like this for the entire time. I think this is going to work. A little bit of exercise in my legs. So yeah, sometimes it's to get a grade. Oops, in the wrong place. Sometimes to please another person, a parent. Sometimes they want to please you. Sometimes it's because they like studying. Do you have students who enjoy being in the classroom? Yeah, those are my favorite students, I think. I keep doing it wrong, I apologize. Maybe some of them like the English-speaking culture. I said English, but I mean any English-speaking country. Do you have students who enjoy Yeah, who think people from England are fantastic, people who from the United States are fantastic or whatever. If it's true or not, that's kind of useful. Oh no, oh, there we go, yes. And to have more opportunities. There are different reasons why students are inside the classroom, and as teachers, we want to be addressing students' needs, but there are so many different kinds of students with so many different reasons for studying English, and it's quite difficult for us to be able to address everybody's needs, but I'm going to be suggesting some things that can maybe help you. Did I just do something crazy? Yes, okay.
Okay, so you have this. You just,
Oh, brilliant.
and then you change it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So if we're looking at this, we can think about different kinds of motivation. Should I just take it out? Yeah, there we go. This is better. I don't know if you use this terminology, intrinsic, integrative, instrumental motivation, but we can get this kind of correlation between these different kinds of motivation that we were looking at before. Well, actually, I wasn't going to do a lot of interaction with you, but I will ask you this question. We've got three different kinds of motivation: the top, the middle, and the bottom. The first one is because students enjoy the classroom, enjoy the process of studying. The middle one is because they want to kind of integrate into the culture of that language. And the last one is because they think that they can get more opportunities by having a second language. Which of these three do you think you can influence most as a teacher? The top, the middle, or the bottom? Thank you very much. Yeah? The bottom one is, for me, is a great reason for students to be studying a language, but have you not spent hundreds of hours telling students that you should study English because it can help you in the future? I think of my own niece back in Mexico City. She went all the way through her secondary, high school, university, and only in her last semester of university did she come to me and she says, "Uncle, can you help me with my English because I realize I need it?" You know, we can tell things that it's going to be useful for the future, but I think the one that we can influence most is by creating an environment in the classroom where students enjoy being with us. Have you ever had a student who says to you, "I hate English, but I like your class, teacher"? Yeah. I mean, they may have had 20 other teachers before who didn't give them that experience. So I think the one we can influence most is the top one. You can see my buttons as well. This is okay. So talking about motivation, some students come into the classroom with high motivation. Oh. I'll get it right eventually, don't worry, I'll get it right. So some students have a higher level of English, some students have a low level of English. I think this is working now. Yeah, some students learn quickly and some students learn less quickly. Some students like to participate and some students don't like to participate. Some students have learning strategies or use a lot of learning strategies and some don't. I think because of this situation, even though we should be trying to address students' needs, there are hundreds and hundreds of different types of students coming into the classroom, and it is very difficult for us to address everything. I like to think of it like a mixing desk, yeah? Ideally, we would have all the students high motivation, you know, fantastic at language level, they learn really quickly, they participate a lot, and they use lots of learning strategies. Do you have students like that? Maybe we would wish we had them. That's not the reality of students, as far as I'm aware. Sometimes we get things like this. I don't know if you recognize this student. Maybe you can actually picture this student. Fantastic motivation, but not good English. They learn more or less. They participate a lot, but they don't really have a lot of learning strategies. Can you picture the face of your student? Can you tell me the name of that student? Yeah. I sometimes call him Santiago. But we also have these students as well. Do you recognize this student? Not motivated, good English, learns really quickly, does nothing in the classroom, and has lots of ways of learning, yeah? What's the name of that student? Oh, there's another Santiago, is it? Yeah. There are many different kinds of students, and I mean, we can't, as one teacher with 20 students, 30 students, 40 students, or whatever, we can't adjust everything for everybody, but we're going to look at something which hopefully will help you. English language teachers, are you good at mathematics, yes or no? Yeah. I like mathematics. I'm not particularly good at it, but does anybody know how many different combinations you can make from 0 to 10 5 times? Did somebody say a lot? This is the kind of answer I get from English teachers. If it's a big number, they say a lot. If anybody wants to work it out and tell me later, I'd be happy to know. I mean, I know what the answer is, but I'm not going to say it. So, do you want the answer? 161,051 variations. So just with these, work it out on your phone if you want to. I am correct. If we have all of these different variations, we cannot meet the needs of every single student, but there are some things we can do. I'm obsessed with the time. It's my Britishness, I apologize. I want to look briefly at the idea of techniques and strategies. I don't know if this is important for you, but it's something which has helped me a lot in the past. In the title talks about strategies. And in my teaching, in my teacher training, I had a very good teacher. She was from Uruguay, but she moved to Mexico, and she taught me a lot of different things. And she taught me to separate the term technique and strategy. Can you just tell me yes or no? Do you have a definition for these things, or are they the same? Yeah, and you're not wrong. I just want to show you my view, which helps me, because it helps me think about what I'm doing inside the classroom. Yeah, many teachers don't make a distinction. That's perfectly fine, but I'd like to share with you what works for me. And as you can see, I've got a million slides, which makes it complicated. And for me, techniques are actions taken by the teacher to help students learn. And strategies are actions taken by the students to help themselves learn. Both things are important. One thing is the thing that you are doing in the classroom, and the other one is what is happening internally inside the student. You may say, oh, I don't care, I'm just going to use them both interchangeably, but I don't know about you. If I have different concepts with one word, or things are mixed up in my head, my thinking gets confused. So I find it quite useful to think about techniques, things that the teacher is doing in the classroom to help students learn, and then focusing on a separate set of actions, which are things the students are doing to help themselves learn. When I say a technique, are we happy what I mean by a technique? Silence. Do you do this? You're talking about, you're teaching grammar, and you're looking at the idea of tense or time. Do you do that kind of thing? Yeah. Do you elicit from students in a particular way? Do you have certain gestures? Do you have particular ways of giving instructions? All of these things are techniques which help our students, help us create the environment for us to work. Looking at the time, and I'm happy. This is good. So the main part of the session, I want to look at the concept of learner agency. If we want to help our students learn, and all the students are coming in, and they're all coming in with different levels of motivation, different reasons for studying, different needs in the future, we can't change everything we do in the classroom to address the needs of every single student. But for me, the idea of learner agency is a very, very useful one. Okay. I work for Oxford University Press. Here is a little piece of advertising. We have published a number of papers. I'll show you again this at the end if you're interested. We have published a number of papers. They're completely free. They are for language teachers, and they contain what we call thought leadership. We work with leaders in the field, or different fields within English language teaching, and we collect together these ideas and we put them in these particular papers. We currently have 9 of them, and I'm looking here at the one of learner agency. Learner agency, maximizing learning potential. I'm going to give you a little activity. It's not to do kind of workshopped. On the slide, I'm going to show you 5 different characteristics, and I want you to think which of those characteristics you would like your students to have. I'll go through. So, A, would you like your students to have the characteristic of feeling in control of their learning? Yeah. Because who is doing the learning in the classroom, the teacher or the students? Students. So we want them to feel in control of that. It's not, I mean, and many students feel quite lost sometimes. B, feeling they can learn and improve. Do all of your students have that feeling? Not all of them. And the ones who do, fantastic. The ones who don't, we need to try to get them to feel that. Can all students learn a language? Yeah. I mean, I think some people may have capacities, cerebral palsy or something, some forms of physical characteristics that make it quite difficult for them, but regular students, yeah, all of them can. I mean, if we say that, no, you can't, you know, we're limiting you. And we're not actually using the techniques that will help you develop these things. C, taking initiative and creating opportunities to learn. Do all of your students do this? Yeah, can you see, do you have the picture of that quite weak student in your class who doesn't have these characteristics? So the point is, in order to address the need, maybe we can work away thinking about these characteristics in order to give them the things they need. D, taking risks and being happy to learn from mistakes. Do your students like making mistakes? Oh, I get passionate about language teaching. I don't know why. It's not the most passion-driven thing in the world, but I get quite passionate about language teaching. And taking risks and learning from mistakes is perhaps one of the best things students can do, but most students don't like doing it. If you can create the environment where that happens, that's absolutely fantastic. And E, having the ability to adapt and persevere. It's difficult, right? Did anybody have to adapt over the last 3 years? Yeah? Yeah. And you learned a lot of stuff. You had to persevere. So the concept of learner agency can be exemplified by these different characteristics. All of this stuff is in the paper if you're interested. A definition. What do you prefer? Do you prefer examples or definitions? What do you prefer? What is better for you? Yeah, do you like this or this? Both. I like the answer. I personally find examples or characteristics easier to understand. Some people prefer definitions. Use whichever one you want. Yeah, so learner agency refers to the feeling of ownership and a sense of control that learners have over their own learning. That's the idea. And what am I trying to represent? Water. Yeah, the ocean. Yeah. So learner agency is not something you can see very clearly. It's something which underlines a lot of other ideas. Do you want your learners to have learner autonomy? Oh, yeah. Not everybody said yes, but I like your of course. Yeah, and this, how long has the concept of learner autonomy been around? 10 years, 20 years? I don't know when it first started. And yeah, I want my students to have learner autonomy. If you want to develop this, go down to the idea of learner agency, and from that you can get the characteristics and build up. Self-directed learning. Has anybody ever used YouTube to learn something? Yeah, learn how to cook something, how to change the battery in your car key. Yeah. Maybe you're studying little courses. If you want students to be able to learn on their own, the ideas of learner agency are at the heart of that. And also self-access. Don't see as many self-access centers as I think I did about 15 years ago. But I think a reason that self-access centers have not been quite so successful is because students don't have the skills they need to be able to use it, which are the skills of learner agency. And here we have a student. So learner agency is a fantastic idea. The idea is that these are, if we want to develop learner agency, the original word was strategies, but I want to think about what the teacher is doing, which are techniques, things that we can do that can help the student develop these things. And we can break it down, and the paper breaks it down into different elements. Cognitive factors, being able to think about certain things in particular ways. Emotional factors. Are emotional factors important in the language classroom? Yeah, are all students happy inside the language classroom? Well, you say yes, because you've created the environment where that happens. But I went to, my colleague has been teaching me about Bogotá and the way it's organized. Carreras, calles, diagonales, transversales, and you don't say delegaciones, what is it? It begins with L? Localidades, yes. And I had a chance to visit a localidad Bosa. Is that your favorite? It's a real part of the city, yeah? And I think that some students in some classes are not happy in school, right? But the emotional factors are really, really important. If you don't feel comfortable in the classroom, you're not going to be able to learn too well. Social and other behaviors are important. People's beliefs and attitudes about language. Students, I think, often come into the language classroom thinking that English is this and learning is this, and this is how it should be done. But who are the experts in language teaching? The teachers or the students? I think you have more expertise than they do, yeah. And also the concept of awareness. So I'm going to look briefly at these, but before I do, I'd like to just think about, you may be thinking, yeah, great, Philip, this is wonderful. It's all very beautiful, learner agency. Yeah, but how do I do that inside the classroom? Just want to look briefly at the concept of error correction. And we can use techniques, the actions of the teacher within the classroom, which are either quite low in developing learner agency or quite high. The teacher corrects learners' mistakes in their notebooks. Who's doing all the work? The teacher. Do the students look at it? Stop wasting your time, yeah? Make the students do some work. Oops, oh no. Yes, thank you, I was taught. Slightly higher up on the level of learner agency, the teacher makes deliberate mistakes when writing on the board. Have you ever used that? Yeah. I mean, it's not high learner agency, but the students have to think, and they have a little bit of power because, oh, the teacher got it wrong, and correct the teacher. The teacher collects incorrect sentences from learners, writing, and the whole class find and correct the mistakes. That's one of my favorite activities. There's a whole bunch of beautiful things going on there, but that's a higher level of learner agency. And the teacher gets learners to work together and do error correction on their own and peers writing, which is great, but is it easy to do that? Can you walk into any classroom and start doing that? I think you need to train your students, don't you? Yeah, I heard, yes, yeah, but we need to kind of build up levels of learner agency. We can't just go into these fantastic activities from the beginning. So the idea here is just taking one idea within the classroom, which is error correction. We can use different techniques, because these are techniques, in order to develop learner agency in our students. And I'd like to just look at a few different things here, go through the 5 different aspects we looked at. So cognitive factors. I think we should teach language learning strategies, but I also think teaching strategies is difficult. And what I know so far, the best way to probably is to model them, show them to the students, model them, discuss them, and to give practice in them. In learning vocabulary, do you prefer to make mental lists or mental mind maps? Or physical lists or physical mind maps? What do you prefer? I heard a lot of people say mind maps. Does everybody love mind maps? They're useful. I don't use them personally. So some students will like them and go, brilliant teacher, mind maps, fantastic. Others will go, But what you do is you show those students who don't know about mind maps that it is one way of working with vocabulary, and some of them accept it and some of them reject it. But I think a lot of students come into the classroom not being aware that there are such things available. Can I have 3 hands? No, it's okay, I think I can do it. We mentioned this already. Learners understand the importance of being free to make mistakes. For me, this is probably the second most important thing that any teacher can do. Is it important to make mistakes in learning? It's a process, right? And we want students to practice, to give it a go. My own view is that we should stop using, every time we talk about mistakes and errors, it's always a negative sentence. You made a mistake, you got it wrong, that's not correct. It's always negative. I prefer the idea of changing it around into, you gave it a go, you were experimenting. You know, these are all good things. Was it correct? No, but we're in a classroom. This is what the classroom is for. And tell me yes or no. Learners understand the importance of feedback and how to use it. Do all students know how they understand that teacher feedback is important? Again, you shake your head. Yeah. So if we're giving feedback, they're not responding to it because they don't understand the importance, that's not good. But also we probably need to train them in how to use it, because we're just wasting our time if we're giving them feedback and they're not using it. Okay. Emotional factors. For me, this is the most important thing you can ever do inside a classroom, is create an environment in which learners feel comfortable. Was that a stretch or a question? Yeah, okay. Okay. How easy is it to create a comfortable environment inside the classroom? Not easy. No, I stop getting excited about language teaching. I would love to be able to identify all the characteristics or all of the actions that a teacher does within a classroom that create that kind of environment. And I've seen these classrooms where the teacher is the students feel comfortable. They feel free to talk. They don't worry about mistakes. They're very relaxed. They feel happy and they learn. If anybody knows what the characteristics are or what the actions are that the teacher does in order to do that, if they have a list or a mind map, I don't mind. I would love to know. because for me, this is the most important thing. And this is controversial, or perhaps it's less controversial than before. Do you think students should be allowed to use their first language sometimes? Do you know what? Yeah, 20 years ago, if I asked an audience like that, I don't think the answer would have been yes. Some would say yes, some would say, I'm looking for old people, not many of you. I did my initial teacher training 27 years ago, and I was told, no, you should not use Spanish in the English language classroom. It is evil and wrong, I was told. But there's a number of benefits of this. Does your head ever get saturated with English and you just say, ya, suficiente, and you go into Spanish? Do you ever get to that level of you've been using English too much and you want to relax your brain? Happens to me in Spanish. It's like my Spanish, I spend too much of my time talking English rather than Spanish, so I don't actually get to practice it too much. But I think it's really important to allow students. Do your students translate in their head whether you ask them to or not? Yeah, it's a useful tool. Yeah, I'll stop going off in tangents. So I think, these are some things we can do, thinking about the emotional factors. Social and other behaviors, I'm only going to pick up on one here. Oops, going wrong, going too fast, go back. Learn to ask questions when not sure. Who typically asks questions in the classroom? The very good, strong students or the not so good, weaker students? Who needs to ask more questions? The weaker ones. Yeah. What can we do inside the classroom in order to get them to feel comfortable to do that? Because they don't raise their hands because they feel exposed. But if we can train our students to ask questions, there is a little technique where on your desk you have a little box and they can ask questions by putting a piece of paper in anonymously, and that can encourage them to ask questions. But if students are not asking questions, I don't know how they're going to be learning. And who can students ask questions to? Teacher? Other students? Has anybody ever seen one of these things? Yeah? Okay. You can ask this thing questions by typing it, by speaking into it, knowing how to use it. You can get a lot of information. Okay. Beliefs and attitudes. Students need to believe that English is worthwhile. A lot of students come into the classroom, they don't believe that. Maybe we can discuss these things. There is a technique, it's a more difficult technique than going more than that, where you bring in an ex-student into the classroom. Has anybody ever done that activity? You bring in an ex-student who has succeeded in English and uses English. Anybody? Oh, what would be the benefits of that? Oh, I wasn't going to go into a workshop. What typically happens is that students go, oh yeah, she said this, she said that. I've been telling you that for years. But if it's coming from the teacher, it's not as valid as if it's coming from somebody who's gone through the process. So students need to believe that. And learners believe in their ability to learn. We discussed that. If you don't believe you can learn, you've automatically stopped yourself. I think there's a little technique there where you can point out students' success. They may not realize, but say, you did that really well today. Show them that they are actually improving. And the last one is awareness. In the paper, there are many suggestions of kind of things you can do to activate these different aspects of learner autonomy. But I don't think students are always, so I've only got one or two here, but I don't think students are necessarily aware of how they can take advantage of different opportunities. If anybody's old enough, been teaching for more than 25 years, did you ever give the task, go down to the center and talk to a foreigner? Do you remember that task? You don't need to. You can do, but you don't need to go and risk yourself and spend money on public transport. You can talk to other people via the phone. Listening to songs. How brilliant is it learning your favorite song in English? Yeah. I don't know if you've ever taught Spanish, but like is a very difficult thing for English speakers in Spanish, gustar. Do you know the best song to teach students of Spanish how to use gustar? Sí, me gusta la vecina y me gustas tú. Me gusta su cocina y me gustas tú. It's just beautiful. It just brings so much happiness to me. It's like, doesn't matter how much the teacher teaches you, that song taught me automatically. Right, it makes me feel happy, that song. Right, so we're going to be going off to questions very soon. We've got a few minutes for questions. So learner agency, in this paper, we break it down into these different areas so that you are able to think about how we can address different actions. We want students to develop strategies, but you're going to be doing that through different techniques you're putting into the classroom, and we have discussed just a few. It says conclusions, but it should say questions. We have a few minutes for questions if there are any questions. Does anybody have any questions? Sometimes there are questions, sometimes there are not. So everything was so fantastically clear that no questions. Yes, yes. When students don't respond to your emotional input, like we're talking about emotional aspects of teaching, but I think that sometimes when students have those things about their personality, it's kind of hard for a teacher to get them, to make them like break that line, you know? Yeah, and students are bringing in lots of baggage from outside. That's a difficult question. There is one technique which I've seen, I haven't used it, but what the teacher does is the teacher greets that student as they come in the door by name. And the student goes, I exist. You know, that's just one example. But sometimes the student sits in the classroom and they feel they don't exist. Just by saying, oh, good morning, Santiago, is it? Yeah? You know, that shows that the student exists. There's an activity where you called exit tickets, where you get students to write down on pieces of paper questions or doubts they have, and they can do that anonymously and give it to the teacher. That is giving the student some voice and showing that you are recognizing them, because sometimes students don't realize that you care for them. We should discuss this later, but I have to rush off to the airport. Any other questions before we wrap up? I am gonna, did you have a question? Yeah, I think the last one.
Yeah, thank you very much. And how do you do if you get involved that student that it's a good, yes, in a good, it is an extra student, but the rest of the students, they have a good regular level, yeah, and you try to do your best and you get involved that student maybe to participate and maybe to be the leader in the group, but sometimes get mad, get a little bit shy or bored.
So you have a very excellent student who is beyond the level.
Students in level, in low level, and just one student in an excellent level. How can you bring up the lower ones, or how can you use the higher one? How can you get involved that student that it is in high level to not get bored?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Wish I could have had that question before we start. I imagine. You can give that student responsibilities, which are some of the responsibilities of the teacher. Did it work? Okay, yeah. Giving students responsibilities, showing them they have a little bit of power, even though the amount of power is this much, it can be quite powerful.
Yeah, the ways that I give the opportunity to the boy to participate, to be the leader in the class. And sometimes I get stuck and try to give the opportunity to continue to participate in my class. But there are some moments that maybe they get.
You could actually say, what's his name?
Its name's Joan.
Okay, not Santiago. Okay. What you could say is that, okay, Santiago, Juan? Joan, I would really like you to do this, but I'm not going to ask you to do it all the time. If you would like to today, fantastic. If you prefer just to sit at the back and relax, just do that. Give that person some freedom. I think I need to wrap up, don't I? Yes. So, thank you very much. I was going to say, thank you very much. Thank you much for your time. Thank you.
That was a remarkable speech from Philippines. So our next speaker is Ingrid Johanna Nomeske.
La digo solamente. Voy a decir la digo solamente. ¿No la ponemos? ¿No la ponemos? Sí. ¿Es ella? ¿Es este? Sí. Okay. Ya la voy a poner. Listo.
Okay, so Ingrid has worked as an English and French teacher for 11 years and has a bachelor's degree in foreign languages and a master's degree in educative communication. She's been working at SENA since 2017 and currently working as a professional at the Agroecological and Business Center in Fusagasugá. Welcome.
Well, hello everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. So today I'm going to share with you one of my investigations, so I hope you like it. This makes part of my master's degree. So I'm glad that Philip, Linda, I think Paula and Diego, so the other researchers, have summarized a lot of different points. So I'm going to take into account also their conclusions. So now I'm going to focus on the other side. They have talked about learners. How did they learn, like strategies, methodologies? But now I want to highlight the other main character of the process, which is the English teacher. I mean, you. This one? Yeah. Like that? Okay, thank you. No, it's better. So my research is called, I know it's a line title, but it has the main keywords that I want you to keep in mind. My investigation is called Communicative Analysis on the Construction of Senses around the relationship between the pedagogical representations of English instructors and their practices in different learning environments. So the three main words are constructions of sense, learning environments, and pedagogical representations. This research came up due to my personal motivations, but also because of the rise of bilingualism in Colombia. You know, schools and universities are worried about English and students' English level. And we have seen in our centers and in different institutions that most of them have low performances. So this situation led us to questions like the true way in which a foreign language is taught and learned in Colombian and the responsibility of English teachers in the process. At this point, we must recognize that each one of you have built, during your training process, you have learned, you have built your own ideas of how to teach. And when you are studying in your universities, you are thinking about many ideas. I want to do that. I want to share with my students. I want to speak 100% of English. But then you get hired. You get into different institutions and you find different contexts. And there are many administrative things that you have to do, which implies that you have to change the way you were thinking at the beginning and that you start changing your own practices. So you implement, English teachers implement different strategies or specific activities. And while you are doing that, you are also producing senses and you are validating social attitudes. Diaz says, these representations guide and largely determine consciously and unconsciously the behavior of teachers when educating students and when designing the teaching and learning process. So what I'm trying to say, and I want you to understand, it's that at the beginning, you start thinking about many good ideas of how to teach. But sometimes your ideas of those representations that you build at the beginning differ when you start working with different groups in different contexts. So you have to complete different documents, you have to make a planning, and then you go with a new group. And sometimes you see that group is not motivated at all. So you have to keep making an extra effort. So to teach them study habits, how to be autonomous, and that situation affect your own performance. So that's why it's my interest. I wanted to recognize and analyze the meanings or the sense that teachers build in their context. Because sometimes you have a way that you want to teach, but then you realize that the conditions of your work are different, so you have to teach in another way. So, and also there are other circumstances that force you to teach. So we have to recognize those processes of social and cultural transformation. That's why I'm thinking about the constructions of meanings or senses. I'm using both senses and meanings. It's really important to give or to get social transformations. So the main question of my research was what meanings do English teachers build around the different learning environments of a foreign language in relation to their pedagogical representations? So the main objective was to analyze what meanings English teachers build from the relationship between their teaching practices in their daily context and the pedagogical representations built in their training process. So with Philippe, you have seen different aspects that you have to take into account when you teach a second language. And most of us have perceived those emotions, those contexts in our regular jobs. So I have to do a previous research. Of course, I have to build and I have to select 3 categories. The 3 categories I choose were pedagogical representations, learning environments, and constructions of meanings. I have to read a lot, of course, and then what I found is that many of the researches are focused on methodological process and not about who are our teachers, what do they need, what do they think, and what are those regular practices they make in every classroom. So this phenomenon has been little explored from the construction of meanings and social transformation, since the studies that involve pedagogical and practical representations are part of research related to didactic situations. For example, Linda explained us a lot how to construct motivational strategies, or Paula and Diego, I'm so sorry if they are not their names, they explain different online strategies also to get vocabulary. So now I'm going to highlight you. So I use different theoretical theory references. And And I'm going to read because I had to build my own conceptions. In the first one, the pedagogical representations, I have to say Rosenthal and Lundin, and Cornelius and Charles Taylor, their contributions allowed us to construct the following definition. Pedagogical representations as the set of images and considerations that the teacher builds from their own experiences and social interactions, where their ideas, beliefs, theories, and educational practices make sense in a given social and time period. Foreign language learning environments. It is a category that transcends the traditional conception. We have to think about that now. We are not talking about regular space. I mean, a learning environment could be like this auditorium, but it could be outside. It's not a physical space. We're taking into account the interaction. This category alludes with greater emphasis to the interactions and links established by learners and educators among themselves to set up a certain type of communicative network. And in the last one, constructions of meaning in teaching practice. The way, according to Gonzalez, great advisor, the way of assuming a reality from the experience and from the emotions, from the interactions lived in society and with knowledge that is validated through dialogue, through the word, through time. Then I took like this definition of Taylor. In most cases, people assume practices by imposition, improvisation, or adoption. From this moment on, practices make sense by virtue of the new perspective it offers. Previously only articulated in theory, this perspective is the context that gives meaning to the practice. The new idea appears before the participants as never before. It begins to define the contours of its work and can become the natural way things are, too obvious to ever be discussed. So, when you are in a classroom with different groups, you start implementing different activities to improve that level. But when you are doing that, you are also expressing your personal sense. And we have to take into account those daily activities that maybe could be common for everyone, just keep hiding perspective. So for this the methodological reference, this one is a qualitative research. I use the case study. The methodological approach was the phenomenology, and the technique instruments that I used was a survey, questionnaire, and in-depth interview. So here we have different pictures. I took 10 instructors and English teachers. So most of them were SENA instructors at that time. And I had a deep conversation with them. So I have to make a lot of transcriptions. I use the steps of phenomenological study because I have to analyze their speeches. So I create these categories and subcategories to analyze their speeches and what they were telling me. The research question was used to establish the main categories. Then the information obtained from the questionnaire and the interviews was codified into matrices or charts, writing the resulting data into more general matrices. So I have to write a lot, I have to read a lot to make a synthesis. So this study gave me interesting results. Maybe you will identify with most of them. So I just built a narrative to exemplify situations. And I have different, what you see here in those slides are, the 3 categories with general ideas, but because of time, I will highlight 7 of them. The first one is that English teachers, at the beginning, English wasn't their first option. English teachers, before becoming English teachers, they wanted to study science, chemistry, another thing, something different from your real career. But then they met someone, a teacher, a friend, who motivated and encouraged them to study English. So that's the first conclusion. Maybe you feel identified. Second one, they say that the resources are not the same. Of course, when you were studying back in university, you use other materials. And then when you are working with different institutions, you find that you have more technology and you would like to have more technology and more platforms to improve skills. But most of our schools or institutions, they don't have a lot of resources. So we have just a classroom with a board and chairs, right? And that we have to create our own material depending on the programs. Another conclusion, or like another general idea of this analysis was, you understand that you have to improve the English skills, but sometimes you have to take time to teach our students how to build study habits, how to take notes, how to behave in a classroom. And sometimes like you are like another father, another mother, and you stop doing what you have to do, like that is teaching English and interact with them, and you focus on other aspects. Another one is that you believe like the best way for learning a second language is in a small groups with much time, because we need more time, like daily in different weeks. And there is another one I forgot. I forgot the other one. So I'm so sorry. So when you have small groups and you have the time, so it's better for you, okay? Another one could be that when you have those, like, for example, what happened in your case, that you have students with low level and other students with higher level, it's so difficult for us to start, like, to equalize, to improve their level. So you see, and you need a placement test and classify them by groups. So in that way, it's much better for them. 5 minutes? Okay. So I'm going to jump because I built those sentences. And maybe it's a cycle that explains how do you feel. So in the first one, the pedagogical sense, there are two perspectives. The first one, that there are some English teachers that think about English as an instrument. When you learn a second language, you can get better job offers. You can get the chance to travel and study abroad. So the English is taken like an instrument, like we heard before. And the second perspective is sometimes you want to express that English could be improved or could build your personality and make you free. It's not like an instrument anymore. It's like if you want to learn a second language, is to build your personality and to make you happy. You have different experiences, and you feel, I'm going to focus on the other one that are like the labor sense. And you feel sometimes you feel frustrated because you have to complete many documents. You have to be immersed in the philosophy of an institution, and it changes your way of teaching. The use of language. At the beginning, when you were, like before, when you were studying, you thought you were going to speak 100% in English, but then you realize that your student's level is not the best. So then you start speaking like Spanglish. So you use Spanish like a way to teaching foreign languages. So those conclusions, I'm going to jump. I'm going to, like the conclusions of this research. If we keep teaching English, we understand it's the universal language and we have to learn it, because if you want to go to China, of course you are not gonna be able to speak Chinese. But if we keep teaching English like an hegemonic language, maybe, it's gonna be more difficult to start interacting with others. We have to open our minds and give the chance to learn other languages in our institutions. Maybe some of our students, they don't like English, but they like Chinese or French. So we have to open a little bit to those languages. Also, when we talk about culture, most of the time they're focused on celebrations, and that is not culture. So the idea of speaking a second language is how do we interact? What can I learn from you? What can I learn from what you can learn from me? If we keep teaching English as, it's like a mandatory topic. So if you approve, you get a certificate. If you don't, so you have to repeat it again. So we need classification or placement tests, and we have to classify them by levels. And the last one that we have to take into account, we have different contexts. The population here in Colombia is not the same. Sometimes we want to be like in standard way, but they have different needs, and we have to pay attention to those differences. Thank you. Oosh, just in time, 20 minutes. I'm so sorry.
Right, it's time for questions. Is there any question? All right.
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm curious about what you think about the teachers that were not English teachers originally. Do you think that continue to use instructors who were not English teachers is convenient for the future, or maybe would that be an obstacle for the future?
I'm so sorry, I couldn't hear you the last part. So what's your question? So
do you think that would be an obstacle in the future?
An obstacle being an English teacher here?
That when you are not originally an English teacher, you said in your presentation that most of your teachers did not want to be English teachers, but they became teachers accidentally. So my question is about that. Do you think in the future we should continue to use teachers like these?
Yes, absolutely. Actually, one of the pedagogical representations in different schools is that sometimes we have to hire native speakers, but could be, that might have different problems. When I told you, one of the results that they didn't want to become teachers at the beginning, but then someone just motivated. So it's something that we have to take into account. The first aspect for learning a second language is motivation. It doesn't matter if it is English or French. If someone motivates you and you get an intrinsic motivation, you can keep learning. And of course, we want everyone learn this language because it's a universal one. But we are necessary. But what I point is we have to stop. Sometimes we teach English based on grammar rules. And of course, it's something important, but now it's like we need to interact more. As they say before, the other participants, the less used skill is speaking. So we have to start improving more the speaking language, because that's the way we are competent in this world. Yes? Do you have another question? No? They say no. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ingrid, for your remarkable speech. That was a meaningful lecture. Well, so we welcome Lina Maria Bonilla Beltran and Monica Osorio to the stage. Well, Lina has a bachelor's degree in audiovisual media and a master's in education. She is an English SENA instructor and researcher. She defines teaching English as an art. Her work makes different strategies to teach English with specific purposes to apprentices of various knowledge areas. And Monica has a bachelor in teaching languages and a master in education, and she has more than 10 years of experience creating and monitoring projects in language teaching. In her role as a leader of bilingualism program at Centro de Biotecnología Agropecuaria, she has supported projects to develop motivation and engagement in their apprentices.
Okay, if we just take out the microphone, it's better because yes.
The camera can...
Right, the way to use this is just by looking on this. Okay, like this.
Right.
Okay. Over there. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Hello, hello. I am so happy to be here. I see some familiar faces, and for me, it is really a pleasure to be here and to share this presentation with you, because, well, we have, like I told, a very interesting work in Mosquera, and well, it is okay to share these results to you guys. So thank you, instructors, professionals of bilingualism, and all the community that is here. Well, we are going to change a little bit the format, how not to be punished, because we want to do this presentation in Spanish, okay? We want to speak in Spanish, and the main reason is because our moms and families, our husbands, are watching us on YouTube, so they don't speak English, and the idea is that they can understand what we are saying. So, well, vamos a hacerlo, let's do it. Y quiero presentarles este proyecto desde todo el corazón, porque realmente esta idea nació en una oficina allí en Mosquera, cuando teniendo un ambiente de formación especializado para la enseñanza de lenguas, los que conocemos como laboratorio de bilingüismo, me preguntaba cómo poder hacer algo diferente en ese laboratorio, qué hacer, qué crear, qué innovar, qué estrategias podíamos utilizar. Allí es cuando llega a mi equipo de bilingüismo Lina, una instructora maravillosa que es profesional en artes, y eso pues le da como una vaina interesante, ¿no?, del tema, porque definitivamente entre licenciados como a veces hablamos y tenemos los mismos discursos, pero cuando nos llega una profesión diferente, cambiamos un poco y nos llegan nuevas ideas. Entonces tuve la oportunidad de hacer un diplomado y varios cursos en la metodología Lego y en gamificación. Y dije, listo, vamos a implementar la metodología Lego, que es la que les vamos a presentar en un proyecto allí con nuestros aprendices en Mosquera, y Lina les va a comentar más adelante cómo son nuestros aprendices, cómo los caracterizamos y cómo a través de esta metodología que definitivamente nace del juego, ¿sí?, hemos podido encontrar resultados maravillosos y queremos que se dupliquen y se repliquen en todos los centros de formación del país con sus diferentes características y dinámicas. Entonces, allí es donde nace esta frase, que el juego es la forma más elevada de investigación. Hemos hablado mucho de cómo hacer investigación y cómo unirnos en grupos de investigación y semilleros de investigación con Senova, pero a veces no pensamos que podemos partir del juego. O a veces, evidentemente, hay muchas investigaciones acerca de gamificación, de cómo aprender a través del juego o cómo enseñar inglés a través del juego, pero no tenemos una metodología muy clara y muy estricta para hacerlo. Bien. Partiendo de esa pregunta, y como les conté, en este ambiente de formación especializado para la enseñanza de lenguas, esta presentación va a estar llena de imágenes reales. Cada slide tiene su imagen del proceso que han llevado nuestros muchachos allí. Aquí los ven ustedes haciendo Lego. Nosotros tenemos un laboratorio de la última fase de laboratorios que se entregaron en el país, quienes trabajan en el SENA pues los conocen, y pues es de mesa redonda, que podemos mover las mesas, y definitivamente lo que nosotros comenzamos a hacer, o en mi caso como profesional de bilingüismo allí, fue hablar pues con las directivas de mi centro de formación y lograr una compra de materiales para el laboratorio. ¿Qué compramos? Compramos cajas de Lego de las profesionales, las que son grandes, cajas de Lego. Compramos otros Legos más pequeños, compramos todo lo que es los materiales que se utilizan para la metodología Lego Serious Play, que evidentemente la metodología Lego Serious Play es una metodología de enseñanza. El Lego se utiliza para jugar. ¿Alguien aquí ha jugado con Legos? ¿Tiene hijos que juegan con Legos? Maravilloso, ¿verdad? Los chicos en verdad se interesan bastante en los Legos, ¿sí? Lo que los utilizamos para educación son unos Legos que son dirigidos hacia enseñar, tienen más herramientas, unos tubos, unos animales, bueno, tienen una cantidad de herramientas que de pronto si más tarde ustedes están interesados les cuento cuáles fueron las compras específicas que hicimos. Compramos juegos, diferentes tipos de juegos, compramos títeres, un titeretero, pues, diferentes. Sí, muchísimos juegos de vocabulario, tenemos más o menos unos 100 juegos diferentes entre Twister, Word Games, diferentes cantidades, Scrabble, todos los que ustedes se puedan imaginar están ahí en nuestro laboratorio de bilingüismo. Pero en realidad, esta presentación tiene que ver solamente con los Lego. Entonces, en este ambiente, quisimos plasmar esta estrategia de gamificación. Dentro de lo que está aquí, a mí me interesa mucho que cuando comenzamos a leer acerca de gamificación, encontramos que la gamificación es una técnica adaptada del contexto empresarial al ámbito educativo. Y eso me llama muchísimo la atención porque el SENA como tal tiene que estar relacionado con el sector productivo, ¿sí o no? Entonces, sacar un poco todas estas técnicas que utilizaban también en el modo empresarial. Con Lego ustedes pueden trabajar comunicación asertiva para las compañías, una cantidad de herramientas y de habilidades que se trabajan. ¿Cómo podríamos entonces nosotros llevarlas al ambiente de formación? ¿Sí? Y nuestra intención definitivamente obtener mejores resultados en los procesos de enseñanza-aprendizaje. Pero ojo acá. Una de las cosas que más, digamos, que recalco para mis instructores, y ellos lo saben, y lo hago también en las inducciones con aprendices, es que nuestro interés en el Centro de Tecnología Agropecuaria de Mosquera, y esto es, a veces yo le digo, causa discusión, ¿no? Y es, yo digo, no me interesa que tú seas un nivel B2, C1, ajá, bueno, lo que ya sabemos que es a veces también un reto, sino lo que me interesa es que tú salgas y pierdas el miedo a hablar, que te comuniques, que te expreses. Ustedes van a ver en Mosquera nuestros muchachos en la Semana de los Idiomas, bueno, y lo vemos en muchos centros de formación, eso es verdad, ¿sí? Cómo salen, cómo tratan de hablar, de comunicarse, pierden el miedo, no me importa que te equivoques, ¿sí? Pero me importa que te sientas feliz. O sea, yo les digo a ellos, ustedes deben sentirse felices aquí en nuestras clases de inglés. Es lo primordial que ustedes se sientan felices. Ese es el enfoque de este proyecto. ¿Listo? Bueno, vamos a hacer la metodología Lego Serious Play. Ya ustedes van a escuchar a Lina cómo vamos a llevar a cabo cada uno de estos pasos en la práctica. Entonces, ¿cuáles son los aspectos fundamentales de la metodología Lego Serious Play? Número 1, retos en tiempo real. Cada ejercicio que puede tener 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 clases, de hecho este ejercicio lo hicimos en un trimestre completo, ¿cierto? Pero cada ejercicio debe partir de un reto. El instructor les presenta un reto a ellos, a sus aprendices. Tiene que haber reflexión, no solo al final, sino en diferentes momentos que el instructor, dentro de su conocimiento y la forma y las dinámicas que lleva en su ambiente de formación, esté el monitoreando y diga, punto para la reflexión, que es lo que estás haciendo. Lina tiene una historia maravillosa acerca de esa parte de reflexión, cómo los llevó en una clase de inglés, haciendo Lego, a reflexionar algo de nuestra realidad en Colombia. Increíble. Comunicación, claro que comunicación, obviamente estamos hablando de una clase de lenguas, tiene que haber comunicación, y comunicación en inglés. cómo nos compartimos las fichas, de qué color, qué es lo que necesitas. Ven que yo tengo muchas fichas y yo tengo menos fichas, dame, ¿sí? Tratar de entablar comunicación entre los grupos, tratar de que ellos estén allí interactuando. Y por último, resolución de problemas, porque durante el reto se pueden presentar ciertos problemas, ¿sí? No sé, necesito una ficha verde y no la encuentro. Es un ejemplo súper. Sí, no, ya se cogieron todas las fichas verdes. Como el instructor llega y dice, listo, si tú lo tienes, entonces eso, ¿qué harías? Ay, no, pues me tocaría, pero es que yo la quiero verde. Tipos de cosas que pueden pasar en la clase, ¿sí? En English, que puede dar el instructor a mediar y a darle una guía para que ellos en su cabeza puedan solucionar el problema. Miren, algo muy importante acá, y es que el Lego tiene una ventaja maravillosa, y es que con los Lego, y ustedes si han jugado Lego, tienen hijos que juegan Lego o a familiares que juegan Lego, cuando se empieza a hacer todo el trabajo en Lego, se abre en el cerebro, esto es neurolingüística pura, ¿sí? En nuestras neuronas empieza a haber una sinapsis. El cerebro empieza a estar dispuesto al aprendizaje y a los conocimientos nuevos. Se genera, además de un tema de concentración, ustedes pueden ver a nuestros aprendices allí en Lego divirtiéndose, pero, uy, Dios mío, son así, metidos en las fichas, es impactante. Esta metodología la hemos llevado a cabo con colegios de articulación, con grupos de colegios de articulación que llevamos al laboratorio. Eso es algo nuevo que estamos haciendo, y con aprendices, y desde los más niños hasta los más adultos, de verdad que los hemos visto concentrados haciendo sus legos, sus figuras, sus trabajos, sus artes. Entonces, súper importante. Bien, ahora sí vamos a la metodología, Lina. Uy, sin caerme. Come on here. Entonces, paso 1, ojo acá para que tomen súper nota de la metodología. Partimos de una formulación de una pregunta. Y aquí que es importante, miren la imagen que pusimos ahí, la pregunta al revés. ¿Y por qué? Tiene un sentido. A veces como instructores nos dicen, no, hay que formular preguntas. Claro, toda una pregunta, la investigación es una pregunta. Todo nace de una pregunta, sí, claro. Es como nosotros hacemos que haya nuevo conocimiento, ¿verdad? Pero el Lego, el instructor, tiene que tener una creatividad, ¿sí? Para que sean preguntas que no tengan respuestas tan fáciles. A veces nosotros preguntamos cosas que son obvias, que ellos dicen, no, pues sí, esto, sí, o sea, que ya saben la respuesta. Entonces, desde allí tenemos que hacer un trabajo formulando preguntas más interesantes, algo que nos lleve a reflexionar un poco más, que diga, uy, de verdad, ¿cómo lo haría? Necesito un tiempo de preparación para hacerlo. Con varias formas de llegar a la respuesta, ¿sí? O si no, todos resultarían haciendo lo mismo. Entonces, es importante que tanto el reto o las preguntas, a veces no partimos de una pregunta, y Lina me lo decía también, me decía, Moni, a veces podemos partir de un reto, y sí, claramente, pero hay que partir de algo, y ese algo nace del instructor después de una observación con su clase, con el área en el cual va a impartir la clase, que eso es importante para nosotros en el SENA, ¿cierto? Y con las necesidades que pudo identificar en el diagnóstico que hizo con la clase. Entonces, Lina, ¿cómo hiciste tú ese tema de la formulación de la pregunta del proyecto?
Bueno, pues días para todos. Inicialmente trabajamos con construir la casa de tus sueños. Como dice Mónica, nosotros trabajamos esto durante un trimestre con todas las fichas que yo tenía. Y finalmente, como el proyecto se especificó con estudiantes de agropecuaria ecológica. Ellos son niños que vienen del campo, mis aprendices vienen del campo, vienen de Sumapaz o vienen de todo el territorio rural que pues compete el área de Mosquera. Nosotros inicialmente el reto que les puse es, bueno, vamos a fabricar la finca de tus sueños. Teníamos que sesgar porque pues obviamente pues en un país como Colombia, y es un poco lamentable decirlo, pero cuando nosotros pensamos en la casa de nuestros sueños, generalmente pensamos al estilo narcocasa, con la piscina olímpica, con la casa de 50,000 pisos, con tengo 1,000 empleados. Entonces yo decía como, bueno, listo. Entonces, si vamos a empezar por ahí, Entonces, ¿usted cómo va a mantener esa casa o usted en qué trabaja para mantener esa casa? Entonces ya como de ahí, pum, se sesgó inmediatamente. La segunda cosa que era muy importante tener en cuenta era el clima. Yo bueno, siendo como la instructora del área de agropecuaria, pues he tenido que aprender también un montón sobre agricultura, sobre cultivos y sobre todo esto. Entonces ya teniendo conocimiento como de los pisos térmicos que se manejan en Colombia y de los cultivos y de las producciones que se manejan en Colombia, entonces les dije como, bueno, entonces su finca tiene que ser productora y tiene que ser autosostenible y además tiene que generar energía, tiene que tener energía renovable. A partir de ahí, bueno, sucedieron una serie de cosas bastante divertidas porque tenemos 2 cajas, que son pues, las cajas más pequeñas, y una caja súper grande, que es la de Lego Serious Play. Y entonces pasaban cosas, ¿no? Entonces, como por ejemplo, la primera experiencia que tuvimos fue que un grupo se cogió la caja más grande. Claro, era la narcocasa que de entrada había dicho como, no quiero narcocasas porque no quiero narcocasas. Y los otros niños que tenían unos proyectos autosostenibles súper interesantes, entonces me decían, no, es que estamos bajitos de presupuesto. Y yo, pero bajitos de presupuesto, si hay fichas para todos. Es que no, es que ellos se cogieron todas las fichas. Cuando yo fui y le pregunté a la niña, que además era muy, muy casual porque la líder de ahí era... 5 minutos. La líder de ahí era una niña, ella me decía como, no, es que yo tengo amigos. Es como, qué interesante. Bueno, a partir de ahí entonces vamos a la segunda parte, que es la construcción. En esta construcción se le dieron a los aprendices 4 horas para que trabajaran en lo que querían, pues en lo que querían mostrar. Y ellos antes de esto tenían un vocabulario que ya se les había presentado acerca de, bueno, cultivos, invernadero, tipos de ganado y como todos ellos viven en el área rural de Mosquera, todo el lugar estaba, pues es frío. Entonces, a partir de ahí, pues todos los cultivos que se generaron y todo lo que se generó fue a partir de ese clima. Después de esto llegó el momento de la socialización. Al final de la presentación tengo un video de cómo hicimos la socialización. En realidad esto apareció, fue con el ideal de poder llevar a estos niños a que perdieran el miedo a hablar y que le perdieran el miedo a la cámara. Y por último, pues la reflexión. Al final de todo este proceso se le preguntó a ellos como, bueno, ¿qué aprendiste? ¿Qué sabías? ¿Y qué aprendiste ahora? ¿Y qué es lo nuevo que vas a aprender a partir de ahí? Y para finalizar, tenemos pues el video. Como les digo, yo trabajo con población rural. Los niños que aparecen aquí son niños del Sumapaz, que están en el internado del CBA. Y esto fue pues lo que se logró. Esa soy yo.
Esos son nuestros aprendices. Dale.
Play.
Play.
Play. Ay,
estaba integrado a la diapositiva, ¿será que? O en el drive.
Podemos abrirlo.
No, en el play será porque por el tipo de letras. Casi no. Si tienes una presentación, sí, vamos a buscarla. Estamos hablando de 4. Está cierto. Vamos a ver si. Sí, es simple. Yo le hice. Yo lo reproducí desde ahí simple. Espera un momento que lo comparto por el envío. Ahora no lo deja.
My phone has a phone with energy. Also, we have
We have house.
Y bueno, todo, de verdad que el aplauso tiene que ser para esos aprendices de Mosquera y se nos un trabajo maravilloso. Y estamos súper animadas para poder seguir estudiando acerca de la metodología, para poder transferir, como les digo, a todos nuestros instructores y a otros instructores del país que estén interesados, pues estos pasos para que de verdad podamos hallar de esta estrategia innovadora muchísimo éxito en nuestros procesos de formación. Thank you very much for listening to us. Thank you. Yes, questions, preguntas. ¿Hay preguntas? No questions.
Comentarios.
Nada, conceptos. Sí, allí tenemos una.
Hello.
Hello, good morning.
How is exactly the framework that you use to teach the students?
The framework?
Yes. The methodology.
Okay, the methodology.
You take in the classes because you make them do some projects, so we would like to know a little bit more about that.
Well, first of all, we introduce them to develop the vocabulary about the topic. Then we propose the idea to use the Legos to build the farm of their dreams, and at the end they have the opportunity to share all the vocabulary and all the topics that they discover about what they really want to their lives in the future. And at the end, the metacognitive exercise at the end of the exercise. This is the strategy. Maybe it's 2 or 3 classes. In the first class, they use they have the opportunity to know the vocabulary. In the second class, they do they build the farm. And at the end of this class, they work with they share their experience with the other classmates.
Okay. Another question?
Another question? No?
Oh.
No.
Tú mencionabas dentro de la metodología, en los pasos que nos presentaste en la metodología, digo, la formulación de la pregunta. Y sí, sea bastante importante para saber formular la pregunta. Mi pregunta más o menos una petición es, ¿podrías ejemplificar cómo sería una pregunta de esas que ustedes hicieron, por ejemplo, en la aplicación de las fijas? Porque sí, o sea, preguntar no es fácil. Realmente uno cree que se haciendo bien una pregunta, pero como otros la interpreten ¿cierto? Entonces, hay que replantear varias veces la pregunta, pero ¿cómo saber o qué debe contener la pregunta para que sea bien formulada?
Bueno, en este caso en especial, nosotros no generamos una pregunta, sino que planteamos un reto. Y el reto que nosotros planteamos fue inicialmente, pues, que al tener la posibilidad de construir lo que tú quieras, puedes salirte completamente de la realidad de ellos. Entonces, la manera en la que nosotros generamos ese reto fue sesgar como o sea, hacer un sesgo a partir de, tienes que tener un clima en específico. Unas características, exacto. Entonces tienes que tener un clima en específico, porque entonces, por ejemplo, ellos decían como no, yo tengo cultivo de papa y tengo cultivo de maracuyá al mismo tiempo. Y uno como, no puedes tener papa y maracuyá al mismo tiempo, apenas que tengas una hacienda súper grande que tenga 2 pisos térmicos en el mismo lugar. O entonces, si es así, entonces tienes que montar un invernadero y ahí ya es más viable. Y el primero fue que no tenía que ser una idea completamente real y que fuera algo que fuera real, algo que no se saliera como de territorio ni se saliera de que necesitas un montón de dinero pues para poder montar lo que quieres, y que además tenía que ser autosostenible. Es decir, que si tú tienes una finca de tantas hectáreas, entonces, para poder mantener esas hectáreas, para poder mantener esos animales, para poder mantener esto, tú tienes que tener unos cultivos de esto, o tienes que tener esto para poderlo producir. ¿Ya?
¿Listo? I have a question. So it's about English for specific purposes, but I was watching the video and they were like describing, like this is this is that, this is that. And I wanted to know if you went farther. Because I suppose that all of us have been like working on this ESP, and it is pretty hard to do it because we are not like agronomists, we are teachers. So did you work with processes? I mean, did the students work with that?
Yes, well, in this moment we are working in a data lab, and this is English for specific purposes because they research about what are the changes of the milk, for example, and physical and chemical changes. This is the work that we are doing in this moment. This is the first exercise that we did before to know first the vocabulary, and that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you to Monica and Lena. We got hyped with this lecture. Great experiences you have shared with us. Well, so we welcome to the stage Maggie Carolina Rafet Jaimes.
Can I move my own? Sí, estoy de acuerdo. Y te respondo así. Está bien.
Well, so Maggie is a master in linguistics with more than 14 years of experience teaching EFL and working with SENA since 2019, guiding face-to-face training at Centro de Electricidad y Automatización Industrial in Valle del Cauca. Currently, she's studying the technological specialization in pedagogical processes of professional training at Escuela Nacional de Instructores, ENI, with a special interest in ICT mediated learning processes. Welcome, Maggie.
Okay, guys, I think it's already good afternoon. I don't know if I can take this out. Okay, thank you very much for being here. I think it's afternoon or in this moment.
Unfortunately, I had a video. It's a very nice video. You can find it later if you want to. It's a video. The name of the video is the small kid, the little kid, and it's a very nice story that moves my mind a long time ago. I'm going to make a very short brief about the story. It has two versions. In one version is a boy and another version is a girl. I'm going to keep the girl. And in this version, is a girl at the school, okay? And the teacher said, okay, today we are going to draw. And the students are really happy because they are going to draw. And the lady, I'm sorry, the girl, the little girl, start imagining. And they say, oh, we are going to draw. We are going to draw many things. I like colors, and maybe I can draw many different things. And the teacher say, no, please wait. We are going to draw flowers. And then she said, oh, fantastic, flowers. I really love flowers. Flowers has different colors. Flowers are big, are small. I am happy to draw flowers. And the teacher said, no, wait. I am going to tell you how to draw a flower, okay? And the teacher takes a marker, and they say, okay, with this green marker, you are going to draw this part, and then the leaves, and then with the red one, you are going to draw 4 triangles, and then you have the flower. This is the flower you have to draw. And the little girl say, okay, I feel sad because I prefer mine. I think mine flower is better than that flower. To make the story short, then the parents moved to another city, and the lady, the little girl, goes to the new school. And the first day of school, the teacher said, what do you want to do on your first day? And she said, I don't know. I'm waiting for you to tell me what to do. And the teacher said, no, you can do whatever you want. And she said, I don't know what to do. The teacher said, what about drawing? I said, okay, I can draw. Just let me know when can I start. And the teacher said, you can start whenever you want. And she said, can I draw a flower? And the teacher said, of course. And the little girl painted the same flower that the previous teacher taught her to paint, not the one that she wanted. Okay, so I wanted to have a small reflection about this, because sometimes we as teachers think that we have all the answers and we have all the instructions and the students must follow them. But unfortunately, for things about the internet connection, or I don't know what, is working? Is it working? No. Yes? Okay. And they are going to help us. We can have only the first part. Because of the time, just the first part. Not the sound. I think it's okay. I think it's okay, because I don't know if maybe, guys, you can find the video on YouTube. Is from Helen Bouquet, and it's really, really interesting. It doesn't matter. We can continue with the presentation. Can I have it here? Okay, so my presentation is about, and is going to be also in Spanish, okay? my research project is about how to handle with fortalecimiento de los procesos de formación bilingüe en mi centro, que es el Centro de Electricidad y Automatización Industrial, a través del diseño de una estrategia que nos permita utilizar herramientas tecnológicas que ya tenemos disponibles en el centro. En el centro hay diversos elementos, diversas estrategias que a veces por el devenir de nuestra cotidianidad están siendo subutilizadas. Entonces la idea es cómo hacer que esas herramientas funcionen mejor y diseñar una estrategia para ello. Aquí teníamos una dinámica de opinión, pero la vamos a obviar por el tema de la tecnología. Y pues lo primero es comentar que aprender a interactuar en inglés, como ya lo hemos visto en todas las otras presentaciones previas a la mía, es como nuestro goal, nuestro main goal, hacer que ellos interactúen. Eso es como lo importante. Ellos muchas veces, los aprendices nos dicen, profe, es que yo puedo leer el manual, pero yo no puedo decir nada. Yo quisiera poder decir algo, pero no lo puedo hacer. Yo puedo leer mi manual, yo puedo entender los exámenes y los ejercicios que tú me pones, pero no puedo decir nada. Entonces es ir como hacia eso. Y ha sido casi que coincidente que todas nuestras presentaciones han sido girando hacia lograr que ellos interactúen. Entonces, es importante que esto que ellos aprendan para que ellos puedan interactuar, la motivación, que era lo que decía en la presentación anterior, y que sea significativo para ellos, que esté en consonancia con lo que significa para ellos y con lo que es relevante para ellos para que realmente pueda funcionar. Entonces, en este orden de ideas, nosotros en el centro quisimos conocer la opinión de los aprendices, qué pensaban ellos de lo que estaba pasando en bilingüismo en el centro. Tuvimos la oportunidad de obtener las respuestas de 395 aprendices, fueron voluntarios, fue con apoyo de mis otros compañeros instructores, nosotros somos 10 instructores en el centro y todos hicieron las preguntas a sus aprendices y obtuvimos algunas interesantes respuestas. Lo primero es que ellos están convencidos de que un buen manejo del inglés impactaría positivamente su desempeño laboral. Tuvimos 92% de respuestas donde decía que sí. Luego les pedimos que se autoevaluaran cómo pensaban ellos que estaban llegando al centro apenas ingresaban. La columna roja y la columna azul son los niveles más bajos, quiere decir entre medio y eficiente. Fueron muy pocos los aprendices que consideraron que tenían niveles aceptables, satisfactorios o buenos. Quiere decir que ellos están conscientes de que el nivel con el que llegan no es un nivel óptimo y que hay mucho por hacer. Les preguntamos que si ellos consideraban que las herramientas que teníamos en el centro eran suficientes para su formación y sorpresivamente dijeron que sí, que algunos de ellos se manifestaron neutrales, pero las personas, los aprendices que dijeron que no, fueron muy pocos, casi todos dijeron que no sabían si sí o si no y que sí servían. Y les preguntamos que cuáles eran los elementos que considerarían que se podían incluir en el centro para que pudiésemos mejorar la formación de ellos en inglés. Nos dijeron diferentes cosas, nos dijeron que las clases sean más didácticas y auditivas. Nosotros nos quedamos mucho en la comprensión de lectura, en la escritura y en la gramática, como lo habían dicho antes. Los trajes textuales, diría yo que más práctica verbal, interactuar con nuestros compañeros y nuestros instructores, para así poder avanzar en nuestra formación de bilingüismo. Miren que ellos mismos quieren hablar, quieren interactuar, quieren tener la oportunidad de hacerlo. Foros y actividades lúdicas donde se fomente la práctica del inglés, manejo de audiolibros, variedad de videos, temáticas cotidianas que se relacionen con los temas de nuestras carreras, implementación de laboratorios o de material didáctico que incluye escucha y habla, más juegos. Entonces, muy interesante lo del Lego. Sala de audio para ver presentaciones, películas, escuchar música y de esta manera poder avanzar más con el idioma. Miren que es muy interesante porque ellos mismos nos están dando luces para nosotros poder proponer y poder movernos hacia algo que para ellos va a ser significativo porque es una petición que viene directamente de ellos. Por otra parte, quisimos también conocer las apreciaciones de los instructores, qué pensaban ellos que estaba pasando en el centro con el tema del bilingüismo. Como ya dije antes, somos 10 instructores y lo que nos dijeron fue que, les preguntamos que si ellos consideraban que el uso de recursos tecnológicos motivaba de alguna manera a los muchachos y ninguno dijo que no. Unos dijeron que sí de manera rotunda, otros que pues que tal vez sí, tal vez no, pero ninguno dijo que no.
Les preguntamos acerca del impacto, si ellos consideraban que ese uso de recursos hasta este momento estaba impactando, y dieron calificación positiva. La manera en la que tenemos de usarlo, ellos consideran que sí impacta. Yo estoy con el SENA hace 4 años apenas, desde tiempo atrás se han utilizado diferentes recursos en el SENA. Se les preguntó que cuáles recordaban. Cloud Labs, que creo que es uno que está ahorita en boga, estaba Rosetta Stone, que también fue usado en un tiempo, Tell Me More, Slang, que creo que por allí vi que había representante de Slang, también se ha utilizado, y los de English Discoveries. Algunos de estos recursos ya no están más con nosotros, algunos de estos recursos sí se mantienen. Entonces, es como tratar de averiguar, esto está en fase de implementación, tratar de averiguar qué pasó, por qué no se usaron más y qué pasa con estos nuevos que están en este momento. Les preguntamos a los instructores cómo utilizaban los recursos. Básicamente el uso más fuerte es como repositorio de materiales. Entonces nosotros tenemos a la mano unos recursos muy importantes, muy interesantes que podemos utilizar, pero lo estamos utilizando como repositorios o para asignar tareas. Básicamente en la gráfica resume repositorio y uso de tareas. No los utilizamos para fomentar la interacción ni nada por el estilo. Y tenemos un cuadrito, una tópica pequeña sobre el uso, el aprovechamiento de esos recursos, y la parte amarilla calificaron como regular la forma en la que los estamos aprovechando. ¿Por qué dieron esas respuestas? Muy corto el tiempo de uso en el requerimiento de esos elementos. Dice, requieren internet y hace que eso sea difícil para utilizar. Todos sabemos que nuestros aprendices pues, usan el internet cuando están dentro del centro, pero luego en sus casas pues no lo es tanto. Los instructores dicen que es necesario hacer pilotos, que no se hacen pilotos de cómo funcionan estas herramientas, que el tiempo para socializar la aplicación tanto para instructores como para aprendices es muy corto, nuestro trimestre se nos avanza muy rápido. Dice, se repite siempre la misma temática y no se vuelve significativa. Dice, no se hizo el análisis de cuáles son las características particulares de cada ficha para seleccionar las mejores condiciones para aplicar las herramientas. Se ponen como genéricas y entonces hace que sea muy útil en lo general, pero no en lo particular. Y finalmente, las herramientas son valiosas y tienen contenido pertinente, sin embargo, no hubo o no ha habido socialización y sensibilización de todos los actores del proceso para que se puedan utilizar de manera más provechosa todas esas herramientas. Les preguntamos a los instructores qué consideraban ellos entonces que debíamos hacer para que estas herramientas funcionaran. Traje algunas intervenciones de manera textual. Dice, articular esas herramientas a las guías de aprendizaje. Tenemos las guías de aprendizaje yendo por un camino y las herramientas yendo por otro camino. Entonces puede que no funcionen de un modo adecuado. Dice, recibir adecuada capacitación en el manejo de cada uno de esos recursos. A veces nos toca hacerlo de manera intuitiva. Más tiempo disponible para diseñar estrategias de uso y mejor capacitación, acondicionar espacios asistidos. Solamente tenemos el laboratorio de bilingüismo, que es solamente uno, y por cantidad de aprendices pues tenemos que utilizar otros ambientes que no están en condiciones específicas para bilingüismo. Dice poder tener material tangible para English for Specific Purposes, entonces material que funcione para eso. I don't know what is happening. Y que todas las herramientas son buenas, que todas las herramientas son susceptibles de ser usadas de manera eficiente, pero que se necesita como un proceso para que eso pueda funcionar. Entonces identificamos que existe un uso ineficiente de unas herramientas que ya existen y que es para apoyar esos procesos de formación en el centro. Planteamos un objetivo general que fue proponer una estrategia para aprovechar esas herramientas, unos objetivos específicos, identificar cuáles son las propuestas de mejoramiento y hacer una actualización técnica y metodológica de cuáles son las que se están usando y cuáles son las que no. El diseño metodológico lo hicimos bajo un enfoque cualitativo de investigación-acción. Nos pareció que investigación-acción era el enfoque que más se ajustaba a lo que queremos hacer, porque queremos investigar y actuar sobre el aula. Dividimos esta primera parte en 4 fases. En la primera fase se identificaron las necesidades y se recolectó la información, que es la primera fase que les acabo de mostrar. En una segunda fase formulamos el problema y se inicia con el diseño de la intervención. Hay una tercera fase de análisis y discusión y se establecieron algunas conclusiones para poder iniciar, y la fase 4, que es de reflexión frente a lo que escuchamos. Esto está en fase de diseño. Esperamos que la próxima vigencia podamos implementar la estrategia que se creó. Se plantea una estrategia de seis dinámicas, de 6 acciones, cada una de ellas orientadas hacia lo que recogimos tanto de instructores como de aprendices. Primero realizamos un mapeo de cuáles eran las herramientas que estaban vigentes en el momento, no las que habían utilizado antes y habían desaparecido, sino las vigentes. Tenemos unos grandes recursos en la biblioteca. La biblioteca tiene enlaces de interés que son buenísimos para ellos. Está la propia plataforma Territorio, que solamente la estamos utilizando como repositorio. Está Cloud Labs y hay una estrategia que subyace allí, que son los intercambios virtuales que se han estado realizando y los REDs. Hay un portafolio de herramientas gratuitas, lo estábamos investigando, no sé si me pueden ayudar con el PDF de las herramientas gratuitas. ¿Cuáles son herramientas gratuitas que pueden ser susceptibles de ser usadas? ¿De qué manera? ¿Qué elementos tienen que ser positivos y qué elementos tienen que ser negativos? Para que las podamos utilizar con los aprendices, que muchas veces ellos dicen, no, es que tal cosa es de pago, no la podemos usar, etc. Y hicimos ese mapeo de esas herramientas. Empezamos por Duolingo. Estas son gratuitas. Hay una parte en verde que sería lo que es positivo de esa herramienta, hay una parte en rojo que sería lo que no funciona, y hay cantidad de herramientas. Entonces la idea es que todas estas herramientas puedan ser vinculadas de alguna manera u otra con los diferentes momentos de la formación en las guías de aprendizaje. No sé si lo podemos mover un poquito hacia arriba para que se vean. Son muchas. Hacia arriba, hacia abajo, perdón, o sea, para poderlas visualizar todas. Son Busuu, Lingbe, Duolingo, podemos bajar un poquito más. El Learning English de la BBC, que está gratuito para uso de nosotros en los recursos de la biblioteca. Memrise, seguimos bajando. Todas estas son herramientas totalmente gratuitas. Tal vez en algún momento, cuando saquemos definitivamente el manual, se puedan enumerar y se puedan visualizar mejor para los interesados. Todas estas son herramientas que están totalmente gratuitas y hemos hecho la aclaración de cuáles son las cosas positivas, los aspectos positivos y los aspectos negativos de ellas. Gracias. Ya podemos cerrar esa y seguir a la otra. Adicionalmente, la siguiente, cerramos esa allí. La siguiente aspecto de la estrategia es, pueden poner la presentación, gracias. Investigamos lo que les decía, todas esas herramientas gratuitas, y la idea es saber, ahora que ya las tenemos allí, cómo las vamos a vincular dentro de lo que es nuestros momentos de formación y la guía de aprendizaje. Durante la pasada vigencia, desde la Escuela Nacional de Instructores, se nos estuvo trabajando mucho sobre la importancia o la relevancia del enfoque de modelo de aula invertida. Nosotros encontramos que en el enfoque modelo de aula invertida podemos encontrar aspectos que son muy positivos, porque el aprendiz es el centro del proceso, que es lo que queremos. Favorece trabajo colaborativo, lo que nos puede redundar en facilitar la interacción. Favorece la autonomía, la creatividad y la responsabilidad, para salirnos un poco de aquel esquema anterior que quise mostrar al principio. Favorece la motivación, que ya hemos visto por qué es importante esto. Les resulta más significativo el proceso del aprendizaje, y de esta forma, utilizando este enfoque, el instructor tiene más oportunidad de hacer una realimentación mejor, una realimentación más particular del proceso. ¿Qué es lo que pasa con este modelo? Que los aprendices tal vez están bajo otra óptica y ellos quieren llegar al aula, al ambiente de formación y sentarse y recibir, no está como en una participación más activa. que demanda más responsabilidad por parte del aprendiz, porque es una clase que tiene que ser preparada con antelación y hay que llegar con los materiales, hay que llegar con los recursos, requiere de disposición del instructor en el tema de planificar su sesión, y a veces la tecnología nos puede jugar en contra. ¿Okay? Esos son como los factores negativos. Hicimos un inventario de cuáles eran las herramientas, articulamos las herramientas a la guía de aprendizaje, se diseñó una primera guía con herramientas vinculadas que ya fue aprobada por las pedagogas de la escuela de instructores. Realizamos el mapeo de qué es lo que tiene la biblioteca para nosotros. Le hago la cuña a EBSCO, que es una base de datos que tiene Ready, que lo podemos utilizar y lo podemos vincular para nuestros aprendices, y tiene una cantidad de enlaces y vínculos, todos orientados hacia bilingüismo y que están allí disponibles para nosotros. En la guía de aprendizaje que diseñamos se vincularon estos recursos de la biblioteca para que pudieran ser usados en diferentes momentos de la formación, para la reflexión inicial, para la contextualización, para la apropiación del conocimiento y finalmente para la evaluación. Son unos recursos realmente muy valiosos. Y lo que está en plan es poder generar un manual mediante el cual los instructores puedan decir qué herramientas puedo utilizar para qué momento, y no sea como ir a buscar y saber cómo lo hago y que sea un poco complejo de poderlo vincular. Esto está en diseño, son las fases que hemos diseñado hasta ahora y tenemos unas expectativas de éxito. Queremos optimizar la utilización de los recursos que están en el centro, ese es nuestro goal, optimizar el tiempo efectivo de interacción dentro de los ambientes de aprendizaje, extender los límites del ambiente, que ya no solamente sea esa sola aula, sino que está la biblioteca, que están los talleres, que están otros espacios en los que ellos pueden interactuar con el idioma. Mejorar la interacción de los aprendices con el bilingüismo a través de la creación de experiencias significativas. Hemos visto que mientras ellos más se ven envueltos, pues más les gusta. Que se mejore su motivación y la perspectiva que ellos tienen sobre sus procesos de aprendizaje. Y, ¿por qué no?, que estas estrategias puedan ser aplicadas a otros centros que consideren que tienen como la misma interacción y que seguramente enfrentan los mismos retos que estamos enfrentando nosotros en el CAI. Con esto se cierra mi intervención. Muchísimas gracias. No sé si tengan alguna pregunta.
Sí, ella levanta la mano.
Gracias, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Al inicio mencionaste una herramienta que tiene que ver con un intercambio virtual o algo así. Quisiera saber si tienes conocimiento de ello, cómo funciona. Gracias.
Sí, claro que sí. De hecho, es el IB Project, lo utilizamos en el SENA en algunos centros. Creo que este año es la tercera vez que se hace. Ha sido un poco pequeño porque pienso que está como en implementación, o tal vez no tanto como implementación, sino es como en ensayo, a ver cómo nos ha ido. Es una estrategia fabulosa porque otra institución que está en Japón crea en plataforma Moodle solamente utilizando la herramienta foro. Son intercambios asincrónicos, solamente utilizando la herramienta foro y planteando unos tópicos. Por ejemplo, el tópico es Me and My School. Entonces ellos pueden participar como quieran. Por ejemplo, pueden hacer un video corto, This is my school, this is my classroom, o this is the place I don't know, practicing sport or something. Entonces son intervenciones de menos de 100 palabras. 100 palabras es el tope máximo. Y ellos pueden meterse a los foros y pueden participar. Hemos estado como revisando y hay como ya está una teoría que es COIL, que es Collaborative Online Learning Interaction. Y esto rompe mucho con aquello de que no puedo interactuar, no lo puedo mirar, no puedo hacer porque no sé cómo se hace. Ha sido muy enriquecedor. Yo ya he tenido la oportunidad de hacerlo en 3 diferentes momentos. Cuando uno les explica a ellos, vamos a interactuar con personas que están en Japón, China, Tailandia, en otros países, y lo vamos a hacer en inglés, entran en pánico. Me dicen, pero ¿cómo me vas a hacer eso? ¿Cómo me vas a hacer eso, teacher? Si es que yo no sé. Me dicen, ¿cómo me vas a hacer eso si yo no sé hablar chino? Y yo digo, ¿qué es el problema? No vamos a hablar chino, vamos a hablar inglés, porque ellos tampoco saben hablar español. Entonces, nuestra lengua de conexión, nuestra lengua de intercambio va a ser el inglés. La primera interacción yo la hago guiada en el ambiente de formación, todos estamos aquí, todos preparamos y se hace guiado, ¿tú qué quieres decir? ¿Dónde están tus fotos? ¿Qué es lo que vas a hacer? Y de ahí en adelante se van solos, pero mira que se van solos y pierden el miedo. Pero es que yo ya le quiero decir esto, yo ya quiero decir acá, yo ya quiero decir allá. Ha sido muy, muy, muy bonito, muy enriquecedor. Seguramente documentaremos en algún momento sobre eso. Sí hay instituciones que lo están haciendo. Yo tuve la oportunidad de estar en un simposio en Javeriana en mitad de este año y fue una teacher de Argentina. Ahí fue la primera vez que lo vi y ella utilizó ya la formalidad teórica, Collaborative Online Learning Interaction. Y eso es lo que más o menos se busca a través de esa estrategia. Para mí es absolutamente excelente y sería muy bueno que se pudiera incluir, que se pudiera al menos replicar, porque ellos lo que hacen es utilizar la herramienta foro en Moodle, que nosotros pudiéramos replicarlo utilizando la herramienta foro de nuestro territorio, que nosotros también lo tenemos. Es básicamente eso.
Me gustaría saber qué estrategias ustedes manejan para que este diseño que ustedes están aplicando no afecte tanto la carga laboral de los instructores, o cómo hacen para trabajar eso que no sea extra trabajo para los instructores.
Discúlpame, ¿me puede repetir la primera parte de la pregunta?
¿Qué estrategias ustedes están implementando o desde que ustedes tienen? ¿Cómo no afectar tanto la carga laboral de los instructores?
Ok, debo decir que trabajamos como equipo, sin embargo hay una cabeza que es la que está como a cargo, en este caso soy yo, y yo a través de la formalización del proyecto en Senova logré que me disminuyeran, me desprogramaran algunas fichas para poder cargar investigación. Entonces tengo el apoyo de ellos en el quehacer, en las preguntas, en todo lo demás, pero en la consecución de todo, en el armado de las guías, en la investigación del resto de cosas, está en cabeza mía, pero a través de proyectos Senova. Muchísimas gracias.
Right, our next presenter is Luisa Fernanda González Arana.
Take that picture. I forgot to.
Okay, so Luisa is a magister in English learning and teaching. Welcome, Luisa.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Yeah, I am still a student. This is my project. I want to start my presentation talking to the blondie hair girl. She is like watching her phone. Ah, sorry. Because I am short. Hello? Yeah? Good? Better? Yeah. Okay, hello to a blondie girl watching her phone again. She's like, can you say hello to her? She's out there. Hello. Hello. Yeah, you, the blondie one. I remember you said something about teachers who didn't want to be teachers, and I can tell you I am that one. And yes, we worth it. I did not want to be a teacher, and here I am, and I love what I do. And I was not what I am before, but I have been studying, and maybe if you are studying too, you are going to do it as everyone else. So, before my presentation, I want to support, I don't know if Linda is still here. She was talking about motivation, and yes, motivation is a foundation for our labor. And everybody talks about motivation in students, but motivation in students starts with us, because a motivated teacher is going to have a motivated group. So a happy group depends on a happy instructor. If you want to be good, you have to be happy, and they are going like to feel your energy. And also, I wanted to answer a question I listened to before about how do you do when a student is not like progressing and you are thinking always like, what can I do to help him? It is like human contact. You can just like touch them, like you touch their back, like you are going to be okay, everything is going to be okay, or you are grading and you sit with them and you tell them like, hello, how are you doing? How is your family? How are you? Where are you living? Or who do you live with? And they just feel like you have a connection. So you have affection, and then they are like responding. It is like the magic of affection I learned with my teacher in my master, and it was just great. I have been implementing it because I was not like a expressive teacher, but my teacher in my master, the first one I had, in the first class, I remember he told us, I love you guys. And I was like what the fuck? All right, but I didn't understand it, but I do it now because I do not like enter to a classroom and say, hey, hello, I love you. No, of course not, because I'm not that person. But if you show them affection, they respond. It works because it creates a bond of commitment. Okay. Now, my presentation is about clear orientations in monolingual and public education, because CLIL is an European methodology. So what I am doing is how can we implement it, because it is really great. What is CLIL? Content and Language Integrated Content. CLIL is an educational approach where some content is taught in an additional language by David Marsh, who was the first person who coined the term. David Marsh is Australian-born, UK-educated, Finland-based. Like, it is important because you have to understand that his context is not like our context. Like, he is from Europe, and his environment is really different. It doesn't matter because he created this amazing methodology and it worked in Europe and it is working here as I implemented it. I mean, in my classrooms, it works. If you notice, this is like UK, you have Finland, and you have Australia. In green color, because they approve everything, right? And here we are. Yeah. We are super great. So, you have, within the 10 most educated countries, you have UK, Finland, and Australia. So you have UK, like the world's first industrialized country, like world power, world's 6th largest economy in the world. You have Finland, they have their focus on human capital. You have Australia, like with a great economy. And it is important because this is where David Marsh was educated. And here we are. This is us. Like, we are amazing. Yeah, we are like happy people. We have nature, culture, music, diversity, everything you want to. And we have, yeah, our English level is like super poor. We are not even A1. We do not achieve that level. We are A less. So keep studying. CLIL is European, Canadian, American. Teachers across the world have been implementing it as an approach to teaching languages due to its recognition around the world and its regulation by some governments like Japan or Australia. I mean, CLIL has been being implemented in several countries, but some governments have already ruled it. Like, okay, this is the methodology we are going to work on. And here you have some definitions. It is a dual pedagogical approach because you can focus on content or you can focus on language. It depends on the teacher and the context, of course. It is an educational approach where some content is taught in an additional language. That is the basic definition. Because maybe, I don't know if any of you is related with the methodology, you can find a lot of teachers who say, no, you cannot do that because class is this. Or you cannot do that because authors say this. But David Marsh, who was the first person, he said, no, it evolves. You can develop your own method, your own model, and just use it. This is what is working in Europe. Sorry, nerves. This is what is working in this moment in Europe. So this is the framework. So they say, okay, you have CLIL, and CLIL works with communication, content, culture, and cognition. But this is Europe because they are multilingual contexts. So you have, for example, in Finland, you have, okay, they speak English, they speak Finnish, they speak Norwegian, because that is what they have. But in here, we have Spanish, and Spanish, and Spanish, and Spanish everywhere. So we do not have context. This is my proposal for my master program, and for you, this is what I have been working on this year since I knew the model. I am stating that the model is great, but it needs an adaptation for us because we are English teachers in a monolingual country. So you have the framework, but the framework in our case have a foundation, and the foundation is language. You cannot start a CLIL lesson if you haven't taught language. That is what I am proposing, and this is what have worked with my apprentices during this year. I'm not going to explain you the framework because that is not my goal, but you can search it on the internet. Sorry. I mean, I want to focus on what is really important because we are Colombians and we are here because we want to improve. Manuals for CLIL implementation are really hard to find. If you search on the internet, you can find them, but you cannot apply them because they are European models. So if me, a normal teacher from a normal country, I want to implement it, I have to create it. And that is what I did, and that is what I am presenting. Of course, you try and fail until you get a good result, basically. Why do you decide as English teachers to implement CLIL? CLIL is super engaging, is super motivating for teachers and for apprentices, instructors in this case. CLIL is super interesting and it provides meaning. And also, Clearly give us flexibility. Like, you can teach everything you want to. For example, you are teaching because you are instructor, so you have like different programs, and you want to study simple present, and you want to study simple present with the problems with indigenous people. I don't know if you already watched the movie Wakanda. It is like super cultural. It is not just a movie. And I was like watching the memes on Facebook, and it was this guy, this indigenous, and I was like, okay, it is just a meme. But then you watch the movie and it has like a whole context. So you can say like, okay, let's gonna teach simple present and let's gonna teach about the movie, but not about the movie because it is just Marvel. So, but you can have this context, like you have this indigenous and you have this culture and you have the Maya people, and you can interest your apprentices. Because it is in the moment, it is happened now. Or in my case, for example, because I started this year, you know, the war between Russia and Ukraine, and I was like going crazy with that, and I decided like, okay, let's gonna teach simple present. I'm gonna teach you about the war. So I created my lesson and I told them like, this is Russia and this is Ukraine, and they were like, what? Like, I don't know if you already know the map, but it's like, okay, it is like the sun and the earth. Yeah? Russia is the sun and Ukraine is the earth. So it is like disappearing. And they were like, okay, it is really interesting. It was even interesting for me because I did not know the context. So it is not only for apprentices, it is for us. So first of all, you decide, okay, I'm gonna take it. Second, you select the topic. As I was telling you, you can select about anything you want to. For example, you are in simple past, and you can teach about anything you want to. For example, let's gonna talk about the Second World War, or let's gonna talk about how Colombia lost the Panama Canal. Yeah, I guess. Or if you are in Argentina, because this is not a model for Colombia, if you are in Argentina, you can work with how Argentina won the war for the Maldives Islands. You can do whatever you want to. Or you can talk about, in my case, because I was working on it, let's gonna work about Winston Churchill. So there, in that moment, when you have a really interesting topic and something they are really curious about, then you have their attention. So in that moment, you have the advancement you have been like expecting for. You select the topic, and then you have the vocabulary that is the foundation of what I am presenting to you today. For example, you are talking about deforestation, one of my lessons. You have to select first the vocabulary you are going to use. So you can start like photosynthesis, carbon dioxide, deforestation, soil, cutting, and everything they need. When they have already memorized the vocabulary, you can go ahead. How do you help them with the vocabulary? You give them the resources. It is like the longest part of this methodology because it is not easy to remember lots of words, but it works. Like you give them, I mean, in my case, I give them lists like 50 words, and they have to memorize them in class. How do you do it? You use your online resources. Okay, let's just gonna play. You can create everything you want to from the internet. You design the games. I already have, I don't know if it is going to be able, but I have the example so you can notice how I implement it. If you do not have internet connection, as I was the last year, you work with kinesthetic activities. So they are moving because, I don't know, the activity where they were talking about games, yes, it works. It is not for children. It moves their blood pressure, so their brains are like working harder. For example, you can work with scavenger hunts, and they have to move, and they have to find the words, and they have to memorize them, and they have to, maybe you create a competition, because challenges are the most amazing activities you can create in a classroom. And they are like, teacher, it is impossible. We are not going to be able to memorize all of them, but I have done it. Like they have memorized 50 words in 2 hours. So it works. After that, you have grammar, and after that, you can like have your lesson. In our case, because we are SENA instructors, let's suppose that, okay, you have to teach English for specific purposes. So what I'm saying is that we do not have the time to be specialists in all the programs. In my case, I was focusing on accounting, and as I am environmental administration, I already had my basis, but it's not easy because I am not an accountant. And also I was trying to do the same with human talent, and I am not a human talent specialist. So I was like, okay, how can you teach them? I don't know if you remember some of us in schools when we learned English, like, okay, simple present. I go to a park. You go to a park. She goes to the park. It goes to the park. How are you supposed to learn in that way? I am saying like, okay, let's just gonna change all that. And you can, for example, you can ask your students, like, what do you want to study the next class? What do you want to do? In my case, if they do not have ideas, you can present anything you want to. In this case, okay, let's gonna make a class about astronomy, and let's gonna study gravity. What I'm proposing here for our specific case, because we are SENA instructors, is you can talk about gravity and you can take it to chemistry classes. Because, I mean, molecules work with gravity. Or if you are like in nursery, you can work the same, it is the same process. You can work still with gravity. And if you're in engineering careers, you can work again with the same gravity. So you can teach your astronomy class for each program you have. You can like rotate it. And also it is like super interesting for you and for your apprentices. If you do not know what to teach, you can like follow an example. In this case, I present, you can teach about anything you want to. Anything is possible with this methodology, with this approach. You can talk environment, pollution, energy, new energies, environmental energies, resources, ethics, history. Everything is possible. In my case, because I have not developed all the approach, but I suppose that if I work with indicators, importations, exportations, it is going to be like focalized in what they need, because I am still working on it. I want to present you a model. Can you help me, please? Link 1, I guess. Or you can open the 5 of them. It's super fast. Okay, do you have any questions about? Because they are still working on. Okay. Yeah, 2 minutes, one question. Yeah.
I'm wondering about how to tackle with grammar and English level, because if talking about war and culture and environment is kind of hard in Spanish, I can't imagine how to do it in English. So I just want to know how, in your own experience, like the classes you have mentioned, how you did that.
I'm going to show you.
Because I don't know what's the point, or like that level or balance we have, and like turning our classes into a Spanish class, or how do you manage that?
Yes, for example, in the European model, of course, they do not have like a language focus, because they live in their environment. Here, I am saying you need the translations. You give them the word and you give them the translations, because they are going to use the translator, and you know it doesn't work. I remember once we were talking about regional foods, and one student had mamona, and you already know what the translator says, right? No? Anyone? You know? It says soccer, right? Yeah. So no, you have to do it. You have to give them the translations. And grammar is like it becomes secondary, because they are learning but with authentic English. We are not focused on grammar, because if you let them the exercises, they are always going to a park. In my classes, the park is forbidden. I tell them, you can go to a park, because they are always in each class. If you're teaching past progressive, they're going to say, we were going to a park. So, can you please? No, can you show me the simple present link, please? Okay. Why a version? Because it engages our students and they really want to give their opinions, because that is like one of our biggest questions. Like, we really want them to talk, but how do we achieve that? So let's gonna use something they want to express about. Can you please? So you have the topic, you have the goal. In the goal, you have the grammar. Like, you cannot forget that that is what you are targeting. And you have the requirement. In the requirement, of course, that is they have to speak. You have the vocabulary, and you teach them in English and in Spanish. You have to give them the translations. In the European model, there are no translations. They do not need it, but we are Colombian, so we do what we have to. And what I did next, please. They have to practice. So you give them the activity. So they repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat until they memorize. When they memorize, you present your lesson. When they memorize the words, you present your grammar lesson. Can you please? Then you present the rules. It is like secondary, because you are teaching authentic English. They are hurrying me.
Oh, yeah.
So here you have your grammar lesson, very authentic English, and it is super interesting because in this specific case, they really wanted to talk. And I had some classmates in my master, and they were saying like, what are you going to do if they start crying? Or if you shock someone? But it did not happen because they are speaking in English. So you are focused on what they are doing. They are focused on language. Yeah. Tell me. Yeah, it is one of my lessons. Also, they can decide whatever they want because you tell them. It is not what I say, it is what they want to express. But they cannot express everything they want to because they are going to write their essays. They are in English and they cannot use translator. So they have to summarize and they have to synthesize information as much as they have to and as they can. So you are just targeting on language. It is not the topic. Abortion is just an excuse. But you are making them to talk. That is what you want to. Okay, they have this and then they present their video. Can you please show me? There is a link about past progressive. Because I want to show you now. Can you show me, please? Maya Angelo. Can you make it bigger? It has like 2 arrows. No? Ok, no sé cómo decirlo en español. Abajito hay 2 líneas hacia afuera. Ahí. In this case, I was working with past progressive, but I was not like teaching grammar. It was like, okay, let's gonna work on something really interesting. And I as an instructor, I didn't know who was Maya Angelou. So I gave them the options like, okay, you can work on this. You have these guys, you have these women, and you can decide who are you going to work with. So we were like, okay, yeah, she was great. And they had to make their presentations. So they were reading, they were speaking, they were synthesizing information. And we were like motivated. I remember a girl, she went with Marquez de Sade. It was what she wanted to. I mean, and it was interesting for all of us. Some guys like choose Gabriel Garcia Marquez, Winston Churchill. They all have their own interests. In this case, I am also like taking them to work with this page. It is amazing. It is super great. So I always tell them like, you have to be better. So you cannot use PowerPoint. You have to evolve. This is my presentation. Thank you very much. They do not allow anymore, so. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Luisa. I'm going to introduce our last speaker, Elkin Rodolfo Moreno Merchant. Today, he will be speaking on his recent findings on SENA's REDS as a startup point of enhanced learning on FBI's processes.
The presentation. Where is it? But you can move here. Yeah, you can move. Which is great. Cuando la carguen, no puedo. Oh, we have to.
Okay, so Elkin holds a master in TEFL and a master's in the formation of teachers in English as a foreign language and a bachelor in philology and languages. He is an English area lead at SENA's Centro de Formación de Talento Humano en Salud, section editor at Cenova's Redis magazine, and SENA's language teaching in institutional network advisor. Welcome, Elkin.
Thanks. Well, so how are you today? I'm hungry. Okay, well, he's not. Can I use it? Cool, better. So, well, today I want to talk about some little things. So, well, one thing is that probably something that probably you know that are the REDs. So you already know the REDs, the SENA REDs? Yes. Okay, great. So this is the thing. SENA's REDs as a starting point for enhanced learning on FPI's processes. So well, REDs, they have so I can advance? Oh, cool. Well, so well, first I made like a little exploration about the REDs. Well, how they started, how they were planned, how they were implemented, okay? But also, there's something that we know. In this moment, REDs should be something really popular, but they are not. That's a shame. So there was a plan, an implementation for that, but it didn't work. So from this reflection, because it's not an investigation, it's not a research, I did something different. So I took them like a proposal for a future implementation. So this is the way it works. So what? But before that, I would like to begin by talking about something that probably you have appreciated from SENA. So the first thing, we know that SENA was aware that English needed to improve the teaching. That was something that we already know. So they provided guidelines. And also, we need our own tools, okay? That's something. The guidelines. So if you know the guidelines, they had several changes. The people who have been working at SENA for more than 10 years know that every year we had a different guideline and it's different from the previous one. Okay, so that leads to a non-stable process. We need our own tools. Why? Because the instructors do something that is like loable, but it's not the best thing to do. It's to design and adapt materials. What I'm saying is like, it's good, it's loable, it's because you don't have time. And that is time consuming. So SENA should provide the materials because our teaching is different to the teaching at university or schools. Okay? We're on formation processes. So it's different. We don't have the materials, we don't have the guidelines, like a stable guidelines, so we don't have stable results. The results we have are different from one place to another. So what? REDs. The REDs were a kind of answer to that need. So in 2014, you have noticed that we had a relative stability on the guidelines. So there's not like such difference between one guideline from 2014 to the one from 2016. It's like a similar. There were little changes, but at the core of that is not that different. So REDs were established on EFL premises and ESP approaches. So we have a big number, okay? We have languages like for French, Portuguese, Mandarin, General English, okay? And also Spanish. But also we have them for ESP. For ESP, they wanted to impact on tourism, hotel management, and other focalized programs at the moment. But there was also another important aspect, the training. During the RED implementation, there was a training made to structures all over the country. So that was the answer to a need. The need of like a common framework for teaching and for the apprentices to learn. That is the idea of the REDs. So if you have noticed the REDs, the people who have been using them, all of them, they have a single design. They are similar, like if you click on one, it's not that different from another program, it's not that different from English, it's not that different from French. It's similar, it's so similar. So we have icons that identify each skill, the activities are linked with exercises, we have vocabulary and grammar points, etc. They are integrated with the LMS, and they have extra material, syllabuses and non-label defined. So that is an answer. However, they had problems. At the moment of the implementation with Blackboard, because they were designed for Blackboard, One of the things that they notice is the server overload. Because they said, okay, they are so big, so you cannot use more than 8 in every course. When you use one, erase the previous one and upload the other one. So it's time consuming. And sometimes when you do that, remember, you erase the grades. So you are supposed to keep the grades in another file and later put it again and so on. So the instructors don't have that much time for doing that with 9 or 10 fiches. And also sometimes, you lose the track of that. Also, we don't have that continuous instructor training. Did you know every year there are more new instructors at SENA? And we don't have that training, so we need the training. The obsolescence. They were designed for Blackboard. We don't have Blackboard. Now we have Territorium. They didn't work that well in Territorium. And now they don't work that well in Territorium because in Blackboard you have a grade, a number. Now you have a concept. I'm not sure if now it's grading exactly with number in Territorium. I'm not sure. Yes, is it working out? Oh, cool. Well, it's working better. Yeah, but sometimes yes, sometimes no. So, sorry?
The visualization for each rest is not kind for us.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not like the best thing we will have. So, well, the plugins. When they started to examine that, I mean like the ecosystem or digital resources at SENA, they noticed that they were done with Flash. And now Flash is dead. So it's a change. So the changes of the LMS, now Territorium, they were for Blackboard and so on, and we don't know in the future if we're going to have another provider. We're not sure. Low connectivity issues. They are heavy. Sometimes time consumes, okay? And you know that it's like a 1 minute, 2 minutes, depending on the connectivity you have for the resource to load. And visualization on mobile devices. It would be nice to have them in your cell phone or in your tablet, but sometimes they don't work that well in that way. Well, so aspects to consider, well, the permanent training, the use of newer technologies, no proprietary plugins, okay, or a better LMS, online libraries, like, well, there are several things we can consider for a future implementation. But what is the point of this? The point of all of this is that REDs were an answer to a need, the need of a tool for teaching at SENA. That is the answer. How can we use this? Not the current ones, or probably the current ones and a new ones, or an update of what we have. Is that they were planned for ESP. And this ESP is focused on language, later on the contents. So the focus of this is the language. And they can start on a beginner level. And we can start like incorporate that little details of the technical vocabulary, technical practice, etc., from the very beginning. And we can move in the future to CLIL. We can do it. But we cannot start CLIL from the beginning because it needs a base. Because this CLIL requires what? A content. Is the content the focus? The content is what we care when we teach in that way. The language is incidental because it's not the focus, or it's a result of the practice. But for leading to the result, we need a language competence. It's something that we need, but we can have it with ESP. So, well, this is a future proposal. Now we have something, a stable guideline. When we have this stable guideline, which can be based on EFL, it's a discussion. What are the goals of this? We can discuss that. So with that, we have an stability. So it's like at the objective, what we want to do with that. And then we can check, well, we can have CLT, communicative language training, yes. Are we going to use this for communication or for training, or what is the purpose? Then the rest, improve them. And then we can work towards the ESP CLIL implementation, because it's like our goal. Our goal is like have good technicians with good base of language. We have said that it's not like getting people, yeah, they are excellent in English and how are good in technical English. Not so good, but they can say hello. It's not the goal. So, well, here's the proposal. ESP for starters and CLIL for higher levels. Why? Because in ESP, we know that the apprentices, they need the language basis and get some content in the process. And we have programs that are only like a 1 term, 2 terms, 3 terms long. So it's like a 9 months practice in English is so short. But we have other ones that are longer. In those longers, we can have the CLIL because they have the linguistic basis that they acquire from the ESP and start working on putting that content into process now with English. And basically that is the idea. So do we have any question? Sure.
I mean, it's not a question. I have, of course, written a lot about those approaches, and as far as I understand, ESP is for intermediate students.
But it can begin from beginner.
So I would say that you then it goes inversely or
not really.
Because I have been working with this. I mean, we can work with ESP in the basic levels. Like,
That's the idea.
You have the vocabulary, for example, in my accounting class. Okay, payrolls, you have the staff, you have balance sheets, and that is everything I can teach because I am not an accountant. So when you go to ESP, they have to have a level because it's difficult for apprentices and for us as teachers.
That's right. That's what I mean. It can be. It can be. It's possible. It's possible. It's not like getting now, go ahead and go to the payroll and fill it out. No, that's not the idea. But you can have some basic concepts from the teaching English from the scratch. But later, if you want to approach to a CLIL, well, CLIL, you need the English. You need the basic linguistic competence in order to go to the content. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult. But it's like it can be. It's possible. We have to work in the way that we can make it possible.
And working in the other side, how to make it easier.
We can examine it. Because these are proposals and guidelines. That's what I mean. In the future guidelines, we can start exploring. ESP can be the way or cannot be the way. Or how are we going to approach it? Or are we going to approach another thing? But it's like a proposal. And with a tool that we have, that are the REDs. The REDs can be an important tool that we can use in order to go to this end. Sure. I have it, yeah. Sure. If you want, I can share you my email and I can give you some information.
But I don't have like all the process. I have to do it like in a try and fail
I know. That's...
way, and it's over time consuming. And if you try and fail, it's going to be more.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I have some material if you want. I can give you my email so you can write to me and I can share you the material. Also, we have something in there in the blog. Yes, the bilingualism program. We have some material, so I can show you that as well. Well, the organizer asked me to go.
You finished?
I guess. I don't know if I. There's another one.
Oh.
So, not yet. I want to sing.
Hello.
Hello.
These materials that we call here educational resources, they're technically SCORM packages, right? So, do you think that an additional challenge for the future is who would write those SCORM packages for the future? Because, well, you're talking about deciding between USB and Bell, but also the people who are going to write them, or would you encourage all the instructors to learn how to write a SCORM package? What do you think about that?
Well, actually, it's not that difficult to upload a SCORM package. The thing is like
I know, but
no.
You have to do a certain training.
No, yes, we need it. We need it. And there's another fact.
That's what I mean, because
Yes.
not everyone has learned how to write them. I had to do a master's to learn to do that. But it's knowledge that I think everyone needs.
We are working on a set of matrices, okay, from the bilingualism program, because the idea is it's not only how to upload, because that is not that difficult, but the difficulty here is to know which one is the correct one, because there are 496,000, something like that. I don't remember. It's a lot. But the key is know which one is the best one for your needs. So in that way, we need more training. That's absolutely right. And not training like next year and so on, but it's like a regular one. They are year after year and year after year, or regular ones. And also some support, because those are the needs that we have. But now we have the tool. That it's like we need to have the tool and make it work in the way we need it, because it's necessary to have our own materials.
Okay, thank you very much.
No, to you.
Thanks. Thank you. Right. Okay, so it is time to listen to the musical group, the musical band from Centro Nacional de Hotelería y Turismo.
Yo sí les voy a hablar en español. Bueno, muy buenas tardes para todos, espero que se encuentren muy bien y muchas gracias aquí a los organizadores por invitarnos. Mi nombre es Oscar Gómez, yo soy el instructor de música de hotelería, turismo y alimentos. Y bueno, pues lo que venimos a traerles son los procesos musicales que hemos venido realizando durante, pues obviamente, este año. Se han tenido procesos muy bonitos en diferentes músicas colombianas, músicas de folclore. Hoy venimos a traerles un ensamble nuevo. De hecho, pues es un ensamble que se está montando hace 2-3 semanas, un ensamble de rock. Y bueno, este es el proceso que hacemos con nuestros aprendices, ¿no? El proceso formativo, pues es algo muy bonito, lo que llamamos formación integral profesional. Son chicos que no están estudiando música, que no están estudiando pues estas carreras, sino que con su talento y con estas ganas y el amor al arte, pues hemos consolidado estos grupos, pues que espero que lo disfruten. Muchas gracias y un aplauso para todos nuestros aprendices que están acá en este momento.
Okay, before we listen to them, voy a hacerlo en español. Agradecerles a todos los asistentes. Aprovecho para de una vez hacer la despedida. Sé que están muy cansados como todos nosotros y que ya es hora de almuerzo. Aquí venden almuerzos muy ricos. no es por hacer la cuña, pero sí. Entonces, me queda solo agradecerles a todos por su asistencia, a aquellos que están en este momento en YouTube. Muchísimas gracias por aguantarnos casi más de 5 horas. No es un evento fácil y sabemos que pues lo importante aquí es, o lo que nos trae aquí es precisamente eso que nos gusta tanto y es el aprendizaje de lenguas. Y por eso nos aguantamos 5 horas sentaditos. Entonces, muchísimas gracias a todos. Esperamos verlos dentro de 2 años. Es decir, nosotros vamos a hacer nuestro evento cada 2 años porque no es un trabajo fácil, porque queremos darle mucho tiempo a ustedes Thank you. Ahora sí, almorzar. Muchas gracias a todos.
Gracias.
Espero tengan un feliz día y nos vemos en una próxima oportunidad. Gracias.
¡Aplausos! La única forma para motivar a nuestros hijos y que obviamente sin ellos esto no sería posible. Muchas gracias, chicos.
Gracias.